From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running on this Wednesday edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up, you know we're all about the NBA playoffs, what happened last night with 3 games to get you caught up on. Then in 20 minutes, we'll look at the slate tonight with the Warriors and Rockets headlining things down in H-Town, followed by football news in 40 minutes, and why your Tennessee Titans, Chelsea, say they know exactly who they're picking tomorrow night. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of drama there, but we'll get into that as well. At 7 o'clock, we'll talk about some plus money bets in basketball that might be worth your time. Then at 7:20, more picks on the diamond. At 8 o'clock, we'll go to the hardwood and the ice. Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer for ESPN, will talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs, which are just underway. And then we wrap things up at 8:40. Chelsea, good morning. What's going on?
Oh, yes. Good morning.
Good
All right.
morning.
So it was one of those mornings where I was having a little trouble getting going. But listen, it's almost like sports where you have to kick yourself in the shins, if you want to get going. Because, this is our job. So, Jenks, what's your go-to on those mornings that you feel like you really don't want to get out of bed? Because I understand that's basically every morning. But you know what I'm talking about. Certain mornings, it's just a little tougher.
I mean, this is going to sound a little cheesy, but I just kind of lay there and try to shift the narrative. Do you know what I mean? Because normally I'm like, oh, my God. Like this morning, I woke up at 3:45, and I'm like, maybe I can sleep till 4:15, and I couldn't. So around 4:05-ish, I was like, hey, you're getting out of a warm bed. You got a roof over your head. You got some coffee downstairs. You got a job that you like. I think your cat's over there. He's waiting for you because he's ready to be fed. It's going to be, I sound like Stuart Smalley from back in the day on SNL. I'm like, you got this. It's going to be a great day, guy. And I will say this, it's kind of dopey, but it does kind of help your mentality if you try to shift your lens. But it's a lot easier said than done because that was also 2 hours ago and I've had some coffee now. But I don't really have the secret elixir to that. I wish I did.
I think it's funny because different people are motivated differently. So for me, the best way to motivate myself is say, hey, there's some girl across the way that's doing it just as good as you. And if you don't wake up right now and put your makeup on, you're going to look ugly for the show. So that's how I am at the gym. It's like if somebody's running on a treadmill next to me and they're going faster than me, I need to keep up. I am a super competitive person. And I feel like if you know what motivates you, you can tap into that. It's similar to, I've heard something like a great indicator of what you want in life is who you're jealous of. Like if you find that little tinge of like somebody where it's jealousy, you're like, God, I kind of hate that person. Why do you hate this person? Because you're jealous of them. It's a great way to show what you really want in life because clearly that person has something you want in life.
Do you want me to text you like things like, hey, are you seeing this girl Lydia online right now? She's wearing a bikini and her pics are red hot. You got to get up and get going.
I mean, you're not wrong. Because listen, it's so funny to me, the discourse we had about, the Braves reporter. I don't know if you ever followed that. Like I told you about it, where it was the male reporter who was asking for phone numbers. And it was all these female journalists were like, if a female journalist did that, she would lose her job. I'm like, girl, come on over to gambling Twitter. It ain't like that. Because most of them don't even wear full outfits. Like most girls are like in bikinis. Their chest is showing. So it's just like one of those things where it's like, hey, Chelsea, you're not young. You're not hot like them. So you're going to have to do something different. You need to wake up right now and you need to be super prepared.
Well, I will say you're always super prepared. You look great. The thing is, I will say to your full credit, you've been doing this a long time. And also you don't have to do that to get attention, which there are myriad examples out there of people who really don't know what they're talking about. They're not hosting a show, and they do have to dress in a provocative way just to get the attention. So at least give yourself some credit. You don't have to do that.
I appreciate you saying that, but for the purposes of motivation, sometimes you kind of have to lie to yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I'm saying? When Kirby Smart is telling UGA, nobody's counting you guys in for this. Everybody said you guys were trash. The win total was 11.5 wins.
Right.
It's like teams trying to motivate themselves. So I think for me, you got to fudge the line a little bit and kind of dig at your insecurities.
See, for me, I'm too old. Like, if Coach told me that, I'd be like, Coach, I'm 51. Come on, we know better than that. We're supposed to win it all this year. Who are we fooling here? All right, those are fake articles that you posted everywhere. But, you know what? To my point, you got a dub last night.
Yeah, that was nice. I was playing it a little safe because we had a good night on Monday. Diamondbacks in the first 5 on the money line. That was a nice little winner. Kind of banking on the fact that the Diamondbacks have the better offense here. The Snakes quietly have one of the best hitting lineups in all of baseball. 3rd overall in OPS, plus had the better pitcher in this one in Brandon Pfaadt, who's pitched in a World Series. So that was a nice little winner for the squad.
Well done. I tailed you, so that was my only win last night. Thank God I tailed you at the very end of the show. I got a dub there. Had the Thunder team total over 121 and a hook. That was a loser with the Thunder scoring 118. Donkster was laying 14.5 with the Thunder, so that's a win for him. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 4-0-1. I'm 4-2. The Donkster 2-0 in the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. And last night in the Western Conference, probably the marquee game, the Thunder and the T-Wolves, or the Lakers and the T-Wolves, I should say. And the Lakers down Minnesota 94-85. Lakers laying 5.5. They're minus 235 on the money line. And the under hits with a total set at 210 and a hook. Luka Doncic coming this close to a triple-double.
He's come out better tonight. Doncic again has Gobert. They're hunting him. Doncic will dance, lean, fire, and hit.
It's Kevin Harlan on TNT. He goes for 31 points, Luka does, 12 boards, 9 assists. LeBron with 21, Austin Reeves with 17. So the Lakers come out firing. They lead by 19 points, controlled this game, and it was a very physical game. Remember, we talked about in Game 1 how the T-Wolves really took it to the Lakers, and the Lakers came out and were much more physical, matched that in this game.
Oh, absolutely. We knew that we would see a better effort from the Lakers. Like, obviously, Game 1 was all Timberwolves, but also the Timberwolves shot 50% from the three-point line. They made 21 threes in that first game. Wasn't really the case last night, as they shot, I think, 38% from the field and 20% from the three-point line. They made just 5 three-pointers in the entire game. So we know this is kind of how basketball works. This is why you play the best of 5, best of 7. So, Jenks, do we have a hot take after this one? I feel like this is just an evenly matched series. I'm not writing off the T-Wolves just yet either.
My hot take is everyone says this is LeBron's team. It's Luka's team. Oh, no, it's not. It's Austin Reeves' team. When's the last time you heard that? Everyone needs that third guy to step up. No, I would say I think it is an interesting talking point. Is this Luka's team? Because it feels like it is. It's one of those arguments in theory versus in practice. And I think in theory we say, okay, this is LeBron's team. But in practice, one thing that makes LeBron great is his basketball IQ. And he has really turned the keys, I feel like, over to Luka. We know that Luka is going to score the most, and LeBron is going to do whatever his team needs to win any given game because he has the skill set to do so. So would you agree with that, or is that just getting too excited about Luka's recent arrival?
I think it's still LeBron's team.
Yeah.
I think that LeBron is willing to pass the torch, but it's not just about who scores the most points, right? Like, it's somebody who is the embodiment of the team and somebody who is kind of like the team captain, because it does feel like LeBron does a lot of things to make the offense go that are not necessarily just points. LeBron is one of the best superstars at setting his teammates up for success. So I think that goes into it as well. And plus, he's the face of the league. Like, I know Luka is come up strong, but I feel like people are very quick to discredit LeBron.
Yeah.
But if you look at how old he is and the level that he is still performing at, we need to give the dude his flowers. The guy is still on an absolute tear, one of his best seasons. And plus, they're in the postseason again. Throughout all of the, Laker drama, it feels like we always have. So I still think it's LeBron's team.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably right. I think Luka is obviously the primary scorer now, but Luka is certainly, he's someone that's going to be turned loose by LeBron controlling pace and controlling when he wants to take over, when he wants to pass, how the flow of the game is going. That's one of the reasons why they brought in J.J. Redick, right? If you've ever seen or watched that podcast with he and J.J., it's just two great basketball minds working in unison. And I will say that's part of LeBron James's greatness, is that he's willing to swallow his ego at times and say, I don't need to necessarily score here or control the game, because we are controlling the game, because my teammates are doing it, and I'm kind of manipulating all of this in the background because he's been so great for so long. Last night in the Eastern Conference, how about the Pacers downing the Bucks in another pretty feisty game? 123-115, the Pacers laying 4.5, the Pacers minus 190, the Bucks plus 155. The over hits with the total set at 228 and a hook. Big night for Pascal Siakam, 24 points, 11 boards, 3 assists, 3 steals. Tyrese Halliburton, 21 points, 12 assists, and even Obi Toppin getting into the act.
21-14, Pacers by 7. They have not trailed. They've led by as many as 9. They alley-oop it, and Toppin throws it down.
Highlight courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network. The Pacers have now won 5 of the last 6 playoff meetings between these two teams, and they overcome the return of Dame Dalla, who scores 14 points but only goes 4 of 13 from the field. And these two teams, I mean, they were jawing at each other. They were kind of getting in fights a little bit. And then we saw Damian Lillard and Tyrese Halliburton jawing at each other. So even Tyrese said after the game, yeah, we just do not like these guys. We're all trying to compete at a high level, and that's no secret.
Yeah, because it's almost like siblings. Doesn't it feel like the Bucks and Pacers are always playing each other? We've seen it in the postseason. You just mentioned that the Pacers have won 5 of the last 6 playoff games against them. I think we've also seen these teams in the play-in game. Remember the NBA Cup? It feels like a distant fever dream at this point in the season. But yeah, I feel like Damian Lillard wasn't quite as sharp as he normally is. And that's to be expected if you haven't played in over a month. But I will say the angle that I kind of liked in this one, that I wish I would have played, his assist prop. It was 5.5. It felt very low to me. He had 7 assists, because one thing about Damian Lillard, even if the shooting's off, he is still very good at facilitating and setting up some other guys for good looks, namely Giannis. It makes it easy when you just toss it to Giannis down low and he does the rest of the heavy lifting. 32 points for Giannis in this one. We knew from a points perspective, Giannis was going to be the only hope and prayer for Milwaukee, and it certainly was the case. Once again, if you look at the box score, Bobby Portis was the only guy other than Giannis who really had a big scoring night. 28 points in this one. So I will say the role players were a little bit better. So the Bucks didn't get blown out, but they still lost, still didn't cover.
I just want to say, I said I should have bet it yesterday. Kyle Kuzma hit the points prop. Yes. Set it 9 and a hook. Choose to the over. He had 12. He had 12 last night. I should have bet that. God, isn't that the worst? When you look back the next day and you're like, I talked about it on the show. I said I was going to bet it. And then you said to me, it's Kyle Kuzma. And I was like, yep, good point. That's all I needed to hear. Updated series odds for you. The Pacers are minus 600. The Bucks are plus 425. Back out west, the Thunder just all over the Grizz. 118.99. Just put the Grizz down already. Thunder laying 14.5. The Thunder minus 1,100 on the money line. The total set at 228.5. The under hits. SGA with 27 and 8 boards. Jalen Williams, 24 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds. And we get a Chet Holmgren sighting as well.
Hartenstein can't get with the push, but there's an offensive rebound and a putback by Holmgren. With a major move inside as Aldama got slotted on the backside. Holmgren back-to-back big-time plays.
That's from FanDuel Sports Network. Holmgren 20 and 11. The Grizzlies missed their first 10 shots of the game. The Thunder lead 32-17 at the end of the first quarter, and they just never looked back. This series is not going to be close.
Yeah, this wasn't a close game from the get-go, it felt like. I always wonder what the reception is for the Grizzlies across the league. Like, I know for a fact that the Warriors are probably watching this series and saying, thank God, beat the brakes off these losers. Because remember, it was the Grizzlies who used to run their mouth about the Western Conference, say, oh, we're good in the West. The only team we're worried about is the Celtics. So I feel like this one probably felt good for the Thunder, obviously, but for the rest of the league. I feel like the Grizzlies needed to be humbled a little bit, and that's certainly the case when you're facing the Thunder, who are an absolute wagon. Just feels like Spank City every time the Thunder take on a team that's not one of the top contenders in the NBA.
Ah, man. Chalk another one up to Spank City. Undefeated this season. That's what I say. Thunder have won all 6 games against the Grizzlies this year by double digits, and the updated series odds are just like stupid. It's like Thunder minus 500,000 and Grizzlies plus 6,500. Like, it's just dumb. Oklahoma City running away with this one, and it won't be long before they eliminate the boys from Memphis. Coming up on the show, the Heat and Magic take the court, trying not to get blown out. These monster spreads, man. Oh, my God. We're going to make our picks for tonight's game in the association, talk a little more hoops. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. We're just getting started here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for being with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, tonight's NBA card locked and loaded, and we'll try to find some value. And maybe we can do it on the Magic and Celtics now that Jason Tatum is doubtful because of that bone bruise injury. Before we get to that, Chelsea, yesterday, I was going out to Ashburn to cover the Commanders. And, of course, as we know, I take an Uber or a Lyft out there. And every now and then, I'll get a driver who is like the slowest driver on the planet. And so this took a turn at the end. So I always try to be very mindful because I'm sure that cannot be an easy job, right? Because everyone's a jerk sitting in the back seat. It's like working in the service industry. So, but we are out like on the highway where the speed limit is 55. And, you know me, I'd probably go over the speed limit a little bit. But whatever, if you don't want to do that, I get that. This guy's going 46. Like 46. And, I mean, people are just like blowing past us. And I'm like, I got to say something here, right? So finally, I'm like, hey, can we just please speed up a little bit? So this guy hits the accelerator, speeds up to 55. He goes, I'm going the speed limit. I go, you are now, but, you know, a few seconds earlier, you were going 46. And if we could speed up just a little bit, that would be great. So he finally does. He's just kind of up and down, up and down. And then the weirdest thing happened. We pull up to Commanders, and he doesn't know that I do any on-air work. It's not like he recognized me or anything like that. It was just like, oh, you work here? So he turns around. He goes, oh, you got to say hi to my boss, Tracy, at my other job. So randomly, before I get out, next thing I know, he puts up his phone, and I look, and I'm like, he's going to take a picture on it. And, like, I'm on video. And I'm like, randomly, I go, hi, Tracy. Hope you have a great day. He's like, oh, perfect. Have a good one. I was like, sure. Okay. Again, I'm just a random guy that he's dropping off, and he's going to show this to his boss, Tracy. I'm sure Tracy's going to be like, why am I getting this? Who is this person? Why are you sending me a cameo from a guy in the back of a Lyft? It was quite the turn there.
That has to be an awful feeling for people who are like really famous, because it feels like you have a little bit of celebrity status. But for somebody to just pull out their phone and start recording, like, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because, like, listen, if he pulls out his phone and records and you're like, listen, I'm running late, can we not?
Right.
He posts that, Michael Jenkins, village jerk. Like, that's definitely what he would post, right? He would post it to social media.
But I'm telling you what made it weird. I swear to God, this wasn't like he recognized me from anything. I was just a random dude until he pulled up there. And he's like, oh, you work here. And I was like, I do work here. Like, I could have done anything. Like, not
Maybe
necessarily on-air work.
For a player.
I guess so.
Player.
I was like, yeah, getting ready for the fall. You know, really hope Jaden can step it up in year 2. But I'm working with him on his throwing motion. I feel like he can be quicker. He had no idea. I swear to God. So, yeah, it was odd. Hope Tracy enjoyed her video, though. I was, and I saw how I looked.
Is Tracy a boy or a girl?
I don't know.
It's one of those names.
You know, it's could have been, hey, Tracy, what's up? Or, hey, Tracy, hope you have a great day, depending on where you want to go with it, you know? I don't know. I just know I saw my dumb face in that video because I saw how surprised I was. I looked like a clown. Like, he turned around the video, and I'm like, because I was so stunned, I was like, hey, Tracy. I looked like I was being kidnapped, held hostage, forced to say that. So I tell you what, these rides, they're always good for a story or two when you take them that much.
I feel like there should be some international symbol that, like, maybe wear like a star on your arm or something where it's, hey, please don't include me in your videos. Because I've been in this situation before at the gym where, like, somebody's filming their workout and I'm like walking in the back, and of course you see a phone and it's like, and then of course they're probably going to post that video on social media, and like whoever sees you just looking like an idiot. Like, people need to be more courteous of like who they film. I think about this all the time at the playground. I did not ask you to post a video of my child to the internet.
Yeah.
But like, people don't care. It's going to get 6 likes on Facebook, and that's, you know, the juice is worth the squeeze for some of these people.
Oh, I'm going viral. Look, 294 people have viewed my video thus far. Yeah. It creeped me out, too. Every now and then, after a few drinks, the lovely Catherine will be like, let's make a TikTok dance. I'm like, I think you should make a TikTok dance. And I will sit here and maybe listen to some music or something. So if I do that, call me out immediately because it's never going to happen. All right. Let's do a little handicapping, shall we, Chelsea? 3 games on the card tonight in the Eastern Conference. It is the Magic in Boston, as we know. The Celtics laying 10.5. That is down from 12.5 yesterday. Celtics are minus 800 on the money line. Magic are 5-1 to win it. Total set at 197 and a hook. That is down a couple points from 199 and a hook. As I mentioned earlier, Jason Tatum, doubtful for this game because of a bone bruise in his right wrist that he suffered during a hard fall in Game 1. So that explains why we're seeing this spread shrink a little bit. These monster spreads are so tough to bet. So tell me how you, the creative bettor on this show, how are you going to bet it, if at all?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to bet on this game, but just from a strategy standpoint, let's look at the total and let's look at the spread. Because normally, if you have a total of 197.5 and a double-digit spread, you'd say, okay, points are going to be at a premium. Maybe the Magic can keep it close. And, of course, when you have the injury updates where the Celtics are going to be possibly missing Jason Tatum. But this is a Celtics team that won the NBA Finals, even in games which they didn't have Kristaps Porzingis. So it just feels like maybe some other team that wasn't so dependent or was more dependent on their superstars. But it's really not the case for the Celtics. But, Jenks, if there was ever a time to maybe take the Magic, would this be it?
I think so. But do I really want to do it? I still kind of like the under. I liked it yesterday, though. I liked it at 199 and a hook as opposed to 197. I mean, here's the thing about these great teams in the NBA is that it sort of gets glossed over. They're great defensive teams. Like the top 3 defensive teams in the NBA all season long were the Magic, the Thunder, and the Celtics. So the Magic are a little bit of an outlier there, but they are known for their defense, and so are the Celtics. So, I think that the under is probably the right side here. That's where the money is coming in, and I think we're going to see a physical game. That's one of the reasons why that Jason Tatum is probably going to sit out this game. I would not play him. They don't really need him against the Magic because it was a hard foul that I think he took from Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and the Celtics were a little heated about it after the game, like, hey, there's physical, and then there's this. Me, I love the physical play, but I don't want to see anyone get hurt. I think I would lean to the under, but it's not my favorite play on the card.
Yeah, I think if I were to play anything in this game, maybe you continue to bank on Paolo Banchero. He is the lifeblood of the Magic offense. And maybe if this is their hope and prayer to win a game in this series, I understand it's on the road, but still, maybe the Celtics down a player, they could have a shot. His points prop is 25.5. Last game, he was the go-to guy for this offense. I believe he scored 36 in that game. So I think maybe the offense continues to run through him, and maybe you just play a points prop for the best player on the Magic, and that's 25.5, hitting the over for Paolo Banchero.
Hi, Tracy. My co-host says take the points prop for Paolo Banchero. Have a great day. Well, Tracy doesn't bet. She has no idea who I am. But she got a nice video of 3 or 4 seconds yesterday. Well, here's another game that I don't know what to think about. In the East as well, the Heat and the Cavaliers. The Cavs are laying 12.5. Good Lord. The Cavs minus 700. The Heat are 5-1 to win outright. Your total set at 212.5. This is where I think I might put a sprinkle on the Heat. Like at some point, we've seen so many favorites cover thus far in the playoffs, but at some point, these spreads become so monstrous, and especially when you have such an accomplished head coach on the Miami bench in Coach Spo, I feel like the Heat can maybe keep this one within the number.
I think if I had to choose between the first 2 games, that I would take the Heat over maybe the Magic, simply because the first iteration of this series, the first game, it was pretty close going into the fourth quarter. Like, this wasn't a blowout. Like, obviously, the final score looked a little crooked, but the Heat kept it relatively close. I think a lot of it depends on what we see from Tyler Hero. Felt like they clamped him up a bit, in that first game. I know I think he had 28 maybe, but still, like, he wasn't as explosive, and the offense just didn't work quite as well. So I think I would lean towards the Heat here. Again, another low total. It's not 197, but 212.5 points are still going to be at a premium. Jenks, have you thought about playing these totals? Like, I know you mentioned the first one, 197.5. But it feels like the Heat kind of have a similar identity to the Magic, where they want to slow things down. They're going to play physical defense, and they're not that talented offensively speaking. So would you consider a total in this one, or are you sticking with the side?
Gosh. I think maybe the under is the way to go. Although I will say one thing I like even better is maybe the Cavaliers team total over. But then again, you talk about the Heat and how good they are defensively. I mean, that's the one thing, that's the one sabotage factor when you look at team total overs when you're talking about the Cavaliers or you're talking about the Celtics. Like, they could potentially go over their team totals, but also the Magic play really good defense, the Heat play really good defense. So I'm trying to find an angle. I think ultimately, and I know this isn't much of a handicap, but I trust Eric Spoelstra so much implicitly. Like compared to other coaches who've been doing this, there's a reason why even mid-season or late season, when the Heat were in that tailspin and they just could not pick up a dub, and he found a way to turn this team around and get them into the postseason. So I feel like now that he has, all right, one game under his belt, and certainly Kenny Atkinson has done a hell of a job as well. So there's no question these are two great head coaches. But Coach Spo in particular, if you're talking about 12.5 points, I feel like he can make the necessary adjustments here to at least keep the Heat in it. And if they get a big game from Tyler Hero like we saw during the play-in, all the better.
Well, and also we see it with some of these favorites and these teams that should absolutely be sweeping these series, is sometimes you just have an off night. And sometimes I don't know if it's the fact that they know that they can advance easily in the series or, the shooting's just not there, because we'll see that from every single team. They're going to have a night where they're not making their threes. It feels like it's not as much the case for Cleveland, though, because they're not a team that, needs to make a ton of threes because they are so balanced. They have such a good post play. But still, there's going to be a game where one of these big favorites, either, the Cavs, the Celtics have done it in years past. Maybe not the Thunder because they feel super motivated, but one of these teams is going to get caught sleeping. I feel like the Cavs may be the best candidate for filling that role.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And also, if you want to see a competitive game tonight, you're probably going to have to stay up late. I mean, 10.5 points that the Celtics are laying, 12.5 that the Cavs are laying. Or maybe you just chug some Red Bull or some coffee and you stay up late for Warriors and Rockets. This is definitely the headliner tonight. Warriors lead the series 1-0 in the Western Conference. Game 2 in H-Town. Rockets laying 2.5. They're minus 160 in the money line. The Warriors are plus 135. The total is 203.5. I like the Warriors in Game 1, but here I think the Rockets are the play.
Yeah, it just feels like one of those things where it's so many people will see this line and be like, oh, only 2.5 points. You got to take the Warriors here, right? They're the better team. But I think we need to give some credit to the Rockets. Like, there is a reason that they were the second overall seed in the Western Conference because they've been a good team, and especially at home, 29-12 at home this season. So I feel like I wouldn't be shocked if the Warriors win it. But also, I don't think I'm going to play it. Like, it's one of those where I think it's probably going to be the Rockets, but, like, I'm not going to bet on it because I am a little afraid to fade playoff Jimmy and playoff Steph. But if you look at the shooting percentages from that first game, the Warriors shot 47% from the field, 37% from the three-point line. The Rockets didn't have a good shooting night. Only made 6 of 29 threes. So maybe that evens itself out a bit. And remember, the score of the first game, 95-85, a very low-scoring affair. I think we'll see some good defense in this one. And I know people want to talk about the threes and Steph Curry. Rockets had one of the best defenses in the entire NBA. And, of course, the Warriors still have some good defensive presences, especially guys like Draymond Green.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. And, of course, the Warriors tend to be that team that people like to bet on because it's fun to watch Steph knock it down from deep, and now you got playoff Jimmy. But I think you can get caught up in that narrative, playoff Jimmy, Steph being Steph, and ultimately forget about the Rockets being in this position for a reason. And also, look at how this line has moved. This opened Rockets minus 1.5, went to Rockets minus 2.5, and now in some places, including at BetMGM, it's Rockets minus 3.5. So you can still get the Rockets on the money line at minus 160. That's probably a little too juicy for most people. But you could still shop around and probably find 2.5 somewhere at some book. And I would take the Rockets minus 3 here. I feel like they're getting caught up in the sort of the Warriors cloud where it's Steph, it's playoff Jimmy, Steve. They're going to, make another chance to win another title in the West. All of that may possibly be true. But the Rockets, again, the 2 seed for a reason. So I think this is when the Rockets come back, get the dub, and then even out the series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. And plus, we saw this in like the Lakers T-Wolves series. Sometimes it's like, okay, the T-Wolves look really good in game one. Why not just play them again? Like, there's a reason that this is not a one-game play-in. This is there's a reason they play more than one games to allow for some of that volatility when it comes to basketball. So it's not going to shock me at all if the Rockets win this one.
Yeah, it should be a close game instead of one team making a trip to Spank City. You know what I mean? So we're going to bring that, make that part of the show. Coming up on the show, it is time to talk some football and which NFL team has allegedly been bargain shopping. Understandable in these inflationary times. Got a little NFL news, including Chelsea's Titans. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Got the whole crew here. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up, the Titans say they've got their man. Chelsea, I need your advice. Life advice time. You ready for this? So, not a big deal. I mentioned this on the show before, but my dentist wants to have drinks. And so, Denton is like, what in the hell? So, he said this 2 weeks ago. He texted me. I'd go in, and he'd be like, hey, we should just get together sometime and, hang out and have a drink or two. And I was like, sure, we can. That sounds good. Sounds good to me. Texted me 2 weeks ago, and finally was like, hey, got your number, I guess, from the files at the dentist office. It was like, we exchanged numbers. And he's a nice guy. And he was like, do you want to do happy hour? But it was like 3 on a Wednesday. I was working and I was doing a little show and I was doing things around the house. I was like, I can't. I woke up this morning. I said, we'll definitely do it again. I'm really sorry. I'm super busy, but I definitely want to do this. But then I woke up this morning and I got another text. It was like, happy hour tomorrow? So here's the thing. I want to do this. But also, I got like 2 home improvement people at the house. Catherine's mom is coming into town tomorrow, and I got to get ready for a draft show and this show. And I just don't think I can. I don't want to put him off, but it's just like bad timing. So I feel like I can say next week for sure, let's do it. But just I got a few things going on, and I feel bad because I don't want to push him away. I'm trying to help the guy out, but it's just like not great timing. So what do I do here?
Yeah, I think you suggest an alternate time because this is the thing with new friends. If you're trying to be friends with them, if they ask you once and you say no, fine. If they ask you twice and you say no, feels like they probably take it as like a no for like the friendship, right? Like with
Yes.
new friends, it is so delicate in the early stages that it
Yes.
feels like you're obligated to say yes to one of the first couple times they ask you to do stuff because then they'll stop asking you to do things.
Yes.
I find this with like mom friends where it's like if you're not like aggressively saying yes within like the first 2 instances, they're going to drop you like a bad habit. They're never going to ask you to hang out again because it feels like on the opposite end that you're making excuses that you don't want to hang out with them.
Right.
So I think if you suggest like an alternate time, like just say what you said to me. Be like, listen, my mother-in-law is coming into town or future mother-in-law. I've got the NFL draft, which is going to be huge for me. So how about next Thursday?
That's what I said. I scheduled the text. You ever schedule text? I do that all the time. It's going to go out during this show. Maybe we'll get a response
That's not a normal
back.
thing.
I think it is.
Scheduling text?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
Oh my
I want to
God.
send this text.
Can we take a poll of the people on the show?
Okay, this is what I
Raise
think.
your hand if you schedule text.
I think scheduling, if you're waking up this early, like I am, I got this text because I knew I wanted to say, and here's the thing. I feel bad that he sent this to me last night. He doesn't know I go to bed super early. So he's probably like, oh, I'm getting ghosted here. So I wrote this morning at 4 a.m. I don't want to send him a text at 4. So I'm like, this will go out in like an hour or so. And I'll be like, hey, my mother-in-law or future mother-in-law is in town right now, but I definitely want to do this. How about next Wednesday? Let's do it. So that'll go out, be good to go.
I still can't get over the scheduling text. Though.
Oh, yeah.
I
Where's Matt
understand
Pisani?
if
We
you're a
were both in
corporation.
agreement on this, and now I'm in a corner. Denton, am I wrong here? This is weird.
Well, I don't schedule text, but I have more questions about the dentist situation.
Oh, let's hear it. Yeah.
So he clearly wants to be friends with you.
Yes.
I think there's a yearning for best friendship there. What is his schedule like that he can routinely do happy hours at 3 p.m.?
Yeah.
And how does he
He's a
not know
dentist.
that you are a morning show host if he wants to be your best friend?
Yeah. So that's a good point. So
schedule a text and say, try harder. Study my schedule and get back to me.
I'm trying to keep the guy, I don't want him to think I'm making excuses, but it's just, I'll send this in real, but it's going to go out and then we'll get a response and we'll have, maybe an end to this story or a continuation of this story by the end of the show. So give us something to follow. How about that? Yeah, go ahead.
Here's my question about scheduled text.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say, like, worst case scenario, you schedule a text, and then you're in, like, a car wreck or something. And you're, like, in the hospital. And you have this, like, scheduled text. It's like, sure, let's do Thursday. And it's like, you're not even, like, in the right state to hang out. Like, I know that's, like, I'm not even saying anything bad, like, happened to you. I'm just saying, like, it's going to be super inconvenient. because I think about this with like scheduled tweets as well, because I know most businesses and media companies do the scheduled tweets, but we've seen it backfire where they have a scheduled tweet and then like something happens to where whatever they said, it sounds stupid because of something else that just happened.
I mean, I don't do this on a regular basis. It's only in a handful of instances. So it's not like everyone I'm texting, I'm scheduling. Like this is for if I'm up early and I have like 3 or 4 texts. I like to get things out of the way, right? So if I'm responding, if I'm confirming something or like, yeah, I'll definitely see you there, blah, blah, blah. Like I want to get this out of the way so that my schedule is free and clear. And also I'm kind of OCD like that. So when I get up in the morning, I'm like, all right, I got all that out of the way. And then I have one friend in particular whom I love very much, but also I know when I text her, like she's going to want to have like a 20-minute back and forth, which is a long time to be texting. So I'm like, you know what?
I hate texting.
Yeah, I mean, I'll text, but I don't want to have, a whole thing. So I'll be like, you know what? I'll respond to this. And then when she gets it, then, maybe I'll be in a better space where I'm not working or something like that. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to like manage things. So that's where it goes. And also think about it this way. If I die, since we're getting morbid on this show, and someone gets a text, I'll be like, oh my God. A text from above. I mean, look at a lot of people don't know about scheduling texts. It'd be like, look, he texted me after he died. You're telling me that ghosts don't exist? Explain that. There you go.
We got to do that before we die. Like, if we're on our deathbed, like schedule a bunch of texts, be like, I'm watching you. Don't take my car.
Chelsea. Lay some money on the D-backs for me. Like, was he placing bets? Like, what a weirdo. That's what he was thinking about.
Lay some money on the Angels for me.
Yeah. Or you can be like, hey, put it all on the White Sox. Like, yeah, he was ready to go. It was his time. Like, he doesn't need to be giving out advice like that. It was his time. Hey, tomorrow it's time for the NFL Draft. From 7 to 11, our guys on BetMGM tonight are going to have the NFL Draft War Room. Ryan Horvat, Brad Evans going to break down every pick, every team prop, every clavicle, every fantasy ripple, all in real time. Listen to the Odyssey app or watch and subscribe to the BetMGM network on YouTube. We talked about it on the show. Okay, so in the NFL, Davante Adams, who of course now plays for the Rams, told Mike Silver that the 49ers went after him in free agency but tried to lowball him. So this is a quote from Davante Adams. I was entertaining the Niners, but they were like, we're paying wholesale. We ain't paying retail. I didn't talk to them, but that's what my agent told me, like 5 times, that quote. And I was like, well, I'm not a wholesale type dude. I wonder if that was the direct quote from Kyle Shanahan. Hey, Davante, we're paying wholesale. We ain't paying retail. But apparently that was the dynamic. And, if you look at the Niners, it's kind of crazy. For the past couple of years, they've been favorites to win the Super Bowl right up there, and they might have missed their window. So, I mean, they've got to find a way to pay Brock Purdy coming up, which is kind of crazy to say. Maybe this is part of their, potentially, or at least allegedly, their cost-cutting maneuvers.
Yeah, it feels like the life cycle of like championship teams that have a young quarterback, because eventually you got to pay the young quarterback who's led you to all those big games. So now they're negotiating deals with Brock Purdy and George Kittle. And that was the big news out of San Francisco yesterday, is that George Kittle has not been attending voluntary workouts. So that's the thing. When you start having these pieces that need to be paid, like everybody in the world is saying, hey, pay George Kittle. Everybody loves him, feels like he's the heart and soul of the team. And plus, Brock Purdy's been damn good as well. So this is just what happens when all these contracts kind of align at the same time. And even in the NFL, like if you have a year left on your deal, you're starting to negotiate a year before that deal is over because you want an extension. So if they're trying to pay wholesale prices for all these big names, good luck with that.
I agree. I mean, they got some work to do, and they retooled their roster in a lot of ways, but it's getting older. They're always banged up, and yet here they are, still 8-1 to win the NFC. How about your team, the Titans? And their GM Mike Borgonzi says this team knows exactly what they're going to do on Thursday night.
No, we've come to a consensus. The entire organization is to stay at that pick, and I guess you'll find out Thursday night who we pick.
Why not just reveal it? Is there some sort of rule against revealing it? Can they not do it? Seriously, everybody knows it's going to be Cam Ward, right?
Maybe Adam Schefter has like some type of deal where he's like supposed to break the picks. Like, this is my news to break. But yeah, it does feel like there is a flashing neon sign above Nashville saying, "Welcome to the Titans, Cam Ward." And interestingly enough, Jenks, this was one of the tweet responses that I saw overnight, that somebody was responding to me just saying, "Hey, I just want a mid-level quarterback. Cam Ward doesn't have to deliver us to the promised land. I just want good quarterback play." And somebody was like, "F that. You draft a quarterback 1-1. He better deliver." And I understand and I appreciate the enthusiasm and the lean into positivity. But listen, when my Titans have had such issues drafting quarterbacks, because remember, I was super excited about Vince Young. I was super excited about Marcus Mariota. I was super excited about Jake Locker. When's the last time you heard that name? Jake Locker. He was highly touted out of college, but none of those guys lived up to the billing for my Titans. So excuse me if I'm a little cynical.
Jake Locker reminds me of Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars. Now, that's a name I have not heard in a long time. Jake Locker. Long time. Wow. It's been a dry run for you guys. Oh, my God. But, I mean, you know Big Raj. Of course, I'm talking, not Big Raj here, the GOAT. I'm talking about Roger Goodell. Like, went to the Titans. Was like, look, we all know it's going to be Cam Ward. If you could just, for dramatics, maybe hold off. Because I don't think there's any rule preventing them from saying, yeah, we're choosing Cam Ward. I mean, it's pretty obvious by now. By the way, he's minus 10,000 to go number 1 overall. Get yourself $100, Chelsea. You know what? Pull out that 10 grand you've been waiting to invest in Ethereum and go ahead and just put it on Cam Ward and get yourself 100 bones. Nice, easy play.
Sounds like great advice that we're giving out on today's show. Somebody's going to turn on the radio at this exact moment and be like, they're telling me to bet on a minus 10,000 play. No, do not do that. We are being absolutely sarcastic. I'm not doing that. I don't think I'm betting on the draft at all.
I mean, it's a hard market, but yeah, I'd rather just put my money elsewhere. Some people really get into it. We'll talk about the NFL draft more because, I mean, it's tomorrow, but I'm sort of with you there. Coming up next on the show, back to the hardwood we go and a game of NBA Love It or Leave It, long shot edition. Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we'll cover all of the bases when it comes to betting and sports. We'll start in the NBA as we play Love It or Leave It, long shot edition, trying to find some long shot bets in the futures market that maybe will return a nice little payday. At 7:20, we go on to the Major League Baseball slate and give you our best plays. At 7:40, we examine the top storylines in baseball that have a direct impact on your bets, because baseball is super analytical, but it's not just numbers. We go beyond the box score to give you the X factors for some of the top teams in the league. So, Jenks, when I see the headline, Love It or Leave It, it sounds like it would be a dating show. Would it not? Like, it feels like that is the genre that is super popular on Netflix, on, Hulu, on whatever. So let me ask you this. Do you believe in ultimatums? Because this feels like a key storyline in a lot of these dating shows.
Well, oh man, I think this is when you have to look at context, right? Like if someone gives you an ultimatum and you've been dating for 3 or 4 weeks, it's like, okay, maybe we should pump the brakes on this. I think you have to, it depends on the external factors, right? And the relationship and the people involved and history. For example, I didn't get an ultimatum from lovely Catherine, but we'd only been dating for a month, and she didn't give me an ultimatum. She was just like, I knew you came out over divorce. I know it wasn't good, but we spend all of our time together, and I know you're dating other people, and I can date other people too, and it's totally fine, but I think we should just give us a shot. And if not, it's fine, but I feel like we're already together all the time anyway. And I was like, but it wasn't an ultimatum. She was just like, this is kind of how I feel. I mean, because we were spending, like, our first week, we went on 4 dates in the first week. So we were immediately together. And I was like, yeah. But it was more of like, this is how I feel. But if you feel differently, okay. I think that's different than either you do this or I'm out. But like I have a friend, I'm just going to keep it there, and we're all sort of starting to get concerned because we keep hearing the person that she is dating keeps saying, yeah, I don't want to define the relationship. I just don't want to define it. I'm like, okay, well, you guys have been, yeah. And you guys have been dating for, coming up on 9-10 months. I don't know I hate to put a number on things. Like, nothing's worse than someone telling you what you should do. Like, after X amount of months or X amount of time, you should be dating or you should be married. Like, that's the worst. Like, everyone has their own timeline. But also, if someone won't even give you any sort of definition, like, maybe you shouldn't give an ultimatum, but you should maybe get some sort of clarity. Let me put it that way. Yeah. I'm not a big believer in just dropping the hammer and saying this is the way it has to be or I'm out. I think there are different ways to look at it.
I think there is a difference between communication about like what you want and putting it out there, because sometimes if you don't ask for things, you're not going to get them. Like, listen, like some people don't believe in marriage. And if you don't say, hey, I really want to be married, it's one of the things that I want, they're not going to know. They don't read minds. Men especially do not read minds. It feels like you kind of have to lay it out for them. But there is a difference between that and saying, hey, if we don't get married, a year after we start dating, I'm gonna be out of here. Yeah. And also, like, I don't want, like, this is very easy for me to say because I am married. I don't want somebody to marry me out of the feeling that they need to. I want somebody to want to be with me, right? Right. Like, I feel like this way in friendships as well. Like, I'm not gonna bend over backwards and do all these things. If somebody doesn't want to be friends with me, fine. It's not going to be good for either of us. If you're faking it, if you're not having a good time. So I think there is a difference between like an ultimatum Because I do know girls who have done this. Like
Yeah.
there was a girl that when Jake was playing baseball, like her husband played baseball as well, and she would literally tag him in her story pictures of rings.
Oh
like
my
this
God.
is the one that I want.
Out.
And like
be
everybody
out.
sees this.
be
Needless to say,
out.
they broke up after, but they were dating for like 5 years, but it was like a high school relationship,
Yeah.
which I feel like time is different when you're younger, but it
For
was
sure.
really tough to watch.
Oh. And also, the thing that would scare me about that is this going to be like, is this something that is going to continue to be an issue throughout our potential marriage, right? Like, is it
Yeah.
an ultimatum
Like
now,
Nico.
and then it's an ultimatum when it comes to something else, and it's an like if you're drawing lines in the sand where it's either this way or the way I want it, or it's not anyway, it's, either it's this way or I'm out. Like, I think that's a real, you're sort of on, you're not on solid ground as far as where you want to be, like you were talking about when it comes to communication. Laying down ultimatums in something as complicated as relationships, I think is something that you should probably stay away from. But that's me.
Yeah,
What do I know?
I think-
I'm definitely no expert.
I don't know. You're about to be married.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in Denton. Denton, should we test your marriage? What, a weekend? 2 weeks in?
14 days almost.
What have you learned
Yeah,
since being
what have
married?
I learned? Well, no ultimatums. We've learned that.
Yeah.
That would have been awkward if you're like, yeah, my fiance gave me an ultimatum, and here
Yeah,
we
she
stand.
said we have to get married by this date.
Right.
Go get him, killer. That would have been terrible. I do have friends that do that though. They manifest their wedding date. I'm like, you should probably not.
Oh, manifest.
Yeah, we
That's
love a
huge
manifest.
buzzword
Love a good
now.
manifestation.
We love a manifester.
Whew. Yeah. That'd worry me.
All right, shall we?
It would worry me. All right, you want to do some long shots or leave it?
Yeah,
Let's do
or
it.
else I'm gonna leave. You better do
Either
it now.
give us the long shots or I'm walking
I am
off
out.
the show. That's the way it's going to be. I didn't wake up early just to not talk about betting, guys, okay? Like, we've been doing this for a long time. Sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
All right, so we got a couple that are based off of some games that took place last night, including the Milwaukee Bucks. They were 50-1 to win the Eastern Conference. Doc Rivers is confident despite the loss to the Pacers. They are now 125-1 to win the Eastern Conference. Are you taking a long shot or are you leaving it?
Doc, here's an ultimatum. Stop talking to the media and saying things like this. Oh, you're out. I don't believe in the Bucks to do anything. They look terrible in this series. And the thing with Damian Lillard is it's good to have him back, right? I'm glad that he's back. I'm glad that he's healthy. It's really a miraculous recovery, especially if you listen to the doctors that treated him. However, there's a difference between playing 3-on-3, going through workouts, and clearly playing in a playoff series, which we saw last night. He was rusty. The Bucks just don't have any sort of depth outside of, I mean, they do, but that depth is not consistent enough to help them. So I'm leaving this behind.
Yeah, I think we can't stop laughing about this quote that I want to repeat again. Doc Rivers last night, when asked about if he was worried about this series falling into an 0-2 series, Holy said, I'm very confident about this series. Very. All right, so it would be one thing if this was somebody who, had like his star players and he had a bunch of depth, but like look at the odds here. Plus one, I don't even know how to read this correctly because the odds are just so long. If Doc Rivers wasn't the guy with the narrative like, hey, this is the guy that blows 3-1 series leads, he can't even win series when he has a 3-1 series lead, and you're telling me to believe in him when he's in an 0-2 hole? I don't think so.
Right.
Even though you could say, hey, we got him right where we want him. We're not great when we have a series lead, but 0-2, this is exactly the spot we want to be in. It's one of those things where it's like false confidence to the point where it's comical. Very confident in this series. What are you doing, man? Like, Damian Lillard is back, but clearly he's not 100%. So, no, I'm not taking this long shot.
You guys watch The Office? You fans of The Office?
Oh, yeah.
You remember the episode
Yes.
where Kevin says if you get John Mellencamp 10,001 to win an Oscar or a Grammy, you have to take it? Generally speaking, if I get Giannis 100-1 to win anything, I'm going to take it. But because I despise Doc Rivers, and he has such a deep history of losing, Doc Rivers is throwing me off of my Kevin Malone bet. So I will not take this one either.
That's a good Kevin Malone reference, yeah.
Betting guru, Kevin Malone.
All right, number 2. How about the Clippers after a big win the other night with Kawhi Leonard looking fantastic? How about the Clippers to win the West at 10-1?
I don't mind it. Chelsea, I don't know how you feel, but Clippers are live to me. Like, they're really well coached. And now we're seeing Kawhi look like the old Kawhi. I've been waiting just as a basketball fan for Kawhi to start playing like this for a long time. And so, I'm not saying it's a big bet because the West is just so crowded and there's so many different teams for which you can make a case. But at 10-1, if you're looking for some good value in the West for a team that we really haven't talked much about until very, very recently, I think 10-1 is a good price.
Yeah, especially for a team that has somebody who has done it before. Kawhi Leonard, two-time NBA champ, and somebody who's been the finals MVP twice as well. I think the reason that we get such a high number here, 10-1, is because the winner of this series, I believe, goes on to face the Thunder. It's not an easy draw. Obviously, the Thunder look like absolute wagons. But if anybody can do it, it can be maybe the sandbaggers of the Clippers. Because I think in betting, that's the team that you're always looking for. The team that has shown like little glimpses of being a really solid team, but they've kind of been sandbagging. Like, I feel like this is why so many people buy into the Bengals every year, because they have that high-end potential. They can go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs, but they always start the season slow. So sometimes you can get good numbers and good prices on those type of teams. So I feel like the Clippers fit the bill at 10-1 odds. Amen.
I just need to see Kawhi's knee. I watch him.
Like, you want to physically
goggles.
see the knee.
Let me examine it. I have no medical history at all, but just let me see the knee. Let's just see how it's looking. I do like the number though at 10-1. I think with Kawhi, he's sensational. So I will take it, but I feel terrible about Kawhi and his knee. All right. How about the Pistons to beat the Knicks in the series? This one's a lot shorter than your 125-1 that we saw with the Bucks or your 10-1 with the Clippers, but you can get the Pistons right now at 2-1 to beat the Knicks.
Ooh. I mean, that's kind of tempting. The Pistons don't know what they don't know. Like, they're too young and coming off such a terrible season. I love teams in this spot because they absolutely have nothing to lose. Like, all of the pressure is on the Knicks, right? Like, if the Knicks lose this series, it's going to be, what's going on with you guys? Why aren't you playing with more intensity? How did you lose to the Pistons? Because people look at the Pistons and still think you suck, even though they don't suck. They're really good, and Cade Cunningham has absolutely come into his own and looked great, and they were really close to stealing both games in this series. I mean, this is the one series that we talked about before it got underway, where if there's a dog that has a real chance based on what we saw in the regular season and based on matchups, it's Detroit. I really like it.
Yeah, especially now that the Pistons are going home. You know, those first two games on the road, and the Pistons, of course, stole one. Now they get to go to a fan base that has not had a good playoff basketball team in quite some time. I feel like they're going to have a good home court advantage here. So at 2-1, I think it would only be Pistons for me. Like, maybe it's not a bet I actually make, but if you're asking me, like, to consider the other side, the Knicks at, like, heavy juice, no thank you, please. Because we've seen one thing from the Knicks this year, and that they're very inconsistent. So it would not shock me if this comes to a game 7. And if the Pistons even stand a chance at 2-1, I think that's where my money would be. So it's Pistons or bust.
I'm on the Pistons.
Yeah?
I'm on them. I'm on the Pistons. I like Cade Cunningham a lot. All right, I got two more for you, both revolving around the Golden State Warriors. We get game 2 tonight between the Warriors and the Houston Rockets. Steph Curry will make at least 4 3-pointers in each game this series at plus 575. You like it? You leaving it?
This one's tempting to all the squares out there, right?
Yeah.
Like, you see this and you're like, this is way too good to be true, right? But listen, it's the postseason. And we know that star players, especially on this Warriors team, Steph Curry's going to have to take the lead. And we've seen it in each of the first 2 postseason games, made 5 threes in that game. Game 1 of the series against Houston and 6 threes against Memphis. I think the only thing that you worry about here is a blowout game where Steph Curry doesn't play all of the minutes. But still, at this price, I think this square is in. We'll take it. Plus 575. I do like it.
Yeah. But I, like you, as soon as I looked at this, I was like, oh, man, this is the square special. It's come to me. Give me your money. Of course, Steph is going to hit 4+ threes in every game. Easy. That's easy. I mean, it's not easy because all it takes is one missed shot, at the end of a game in the fourth quarter or, one bad game. But I think, This is the most fun bet on the card, though, right? If you want to watch the Warriors, who are always
Yeah.
enjoyable to watch, put a sprinkle on this and cheer for Steph, just knocking things down from deep. Definitely the most enjoyable bet on the card, so why not?
All right, final one. Chelsea, you had said earlier in the show you don't want to bet against playoff Jimmy. How about betting for playoff Jimmy? Do you like him at 60-1 right now to win Finals MVP?
Ooh, no. This is Steph Curry's team. He might be great, but I think it's got to be Steph. If the Warriors win an NBA Finals, it's going to be on the back and the shooting hand of Steph Curry. So, sorry, playoff Jimmy. I'm going to go with playoff Steph. All right, coming up next, we switch gears, go to baseball. Time to play our favorite bets in Major League Baseball. That's after the break here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. It is April 23rd here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In a few minutes, we'll go over our plays in Major League Baseball. So, Jenks, I had to drink a different type of iced coffee today because I ran out of my normal Starbucks. So, I'm drinking milk mixed with this like espresso drink that Jake normally drinks. But I feel it, brother. I'm all types of jittery. Do you still ever get the jitters from caffeine? I feel like you're pretty much immune to it because you drink all kinds of caffeine.
Yeah, I know I'm not immune to it. But I definitely can tolerate a lot of caffeine. But when I have these long days where I'm doing a bunch of stuff, I'll just keep drinking caffeine to keep going. And then eventually you have a crash or you're just like way nervous. And so I'm trying to regulate. Like today's one of those days where I have a lot going on as soon as I'm done with the show and I need to stay up, but I can't necessarily take a nap. So I'll probably have more coffee. That's why I'm talking so fast right now because I keep drinking coffee this morning. But there's a point when it becomes too much and then I can't sleep, I can't relax, and I'm kind of just a naturally anxious person anyway. So it does take a lot to get me to that point, but the problem is I drink a lot of coffee anyway, so I'm probably at that point more than I would like to be, for being honest.
Yeah, I feel like I do the same thing, even though I know it's bad for me, and it like never ends well. Like if I have a long day, it's like, okay, I'm on my third cup of coffee. I feel absolutely terrible. Oh, how about more coffee? It feels like I'm a skeleton that's been shocked away and my eyes are just pried open, but I'm still very, very tired because when you drink coffee, the tiredness doesn't go away. You just feel anxious. So I don't know why I do this to myself. But you're right. Like, it's one of those, like, mental crutches where it's like, hey, if I'm going to get through the day, I need this. It's similar to Space Jam when they're like, here's the special stuff, Michael's secret stuff, which I know you haven't seen Space Jam. But basically, it is something that they feel like they need to win the game. So caffeine is my secret stuff that I feel like I need to win the game, even though I'm not sure how helpful it actually is.
I mean, it definitely helps in the morning. Like, I've gotten in front of my computer to do work before the show, before I come here. And when I haven't had a lot of coffee, like I'm working at a snail's pace. And normally I work really quickly. And I'm like, and I'll have to tell myself like, Michael, you got to go. Like, you got to go. Because if you don't take a car by like 5:25, you're going to be late. Like you have to go. And I'm like, Pacers, God, Tyrese Halliburton. Okay, how many do you have? And I'm just like, hey, yo, move. So and then when I have caffeine, it definitely helps. And then this morning, the guy was playing smooth jazz in the lift, and that didn't help because I was like, yeah, let's just go on and talk some betting. Let's do some handicapping. But I got to have it. If I don't have it, then I'm just not going to be. As I always tell people, there's a difference between being up in the morning and being on. Like, you can be up and kind of like moping around or whatever and stretching out and, okay, the day is getting going. But there's a difference between just being up and saying, okay, no, I got to be on because I have a job to do.
Right. This is our prime time.
Yeah.
Like, this is when we're supposed to be the most locked in of the day. So you're right. It's a difference between being awake and being on. I feel like I've mentioned this several times on the show, but we've never actually done it. Do you think we could get the company to pay for smelling salts for us?
Yes, absolutely. You don't think Andrew would pony up for some smelling salts, and then guess what? We do it 1 or 2 times, and we'd be done. And they could put that online, and it would be money well invested. Smelling salts have to be dirt cheap, too. Those were old school. Would you take smelling salts?
Are they?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I've seen, like, mixed reactions to them where people, like, can't think. Where it's like their brain is in such a tizzy where they can't form words.
Do it.
So, like, that would not be good for our show if I'm just sitting here in a stupor.
Disagree. I think it might be great for our show. If you did smelling salts, here's the thing. It should just be like break in case of emergency. Like, let's say you're struggling, right? You haven't had enough coffee or, you're in a brain fog. You're like, I can't figure out what to do here. Boom. Smelling salts. I guarantee you're going to have some sort of reaction. Good, bad, whatever. Oh, you kidding me? We should absolutely you should have smelling salts on the show.
We should do it as a game where if we feel like somebody's not locked in, we push a buzzer and we say, smelling salts time. you got to load up, brother. You got to get on your game.
Guys. I have found smelling salts for $7.
Yes.
And I needed a couple extra dollars to get free shipping on an Amazon order, so we might be able to get some smelling salts in the studio very quickly.
We can do it. Just put it into Concur. What is this $7 charge for smelling salts? Please tell us how this is relevant. Oh, my God. Chelsea, I guarantee you Andrew will approve this. You know what? I'll pay for it. $7. I'll give you $7.
It's not the money, Jenks. Like, I think I can splurge on $7. This is what I pay for my coffee. But it's like the panic that would be on my face if I can't form a sentence. You know, like awesome. It's similar to like, I don't really love doing drugs because I'm a control freak. Like, I don't want to be out of my, comfort zone. At least alcohol, I kind of know what's going on. I know my limit. But like drugs and smelling salts.
Do it.
Are smelling salts a drug? They're not, right?
No, bath salts, I think, is what you're thinking of. Bath salts are definitely a drug. Yeah, you should do bath salts. All the salts.
Yeah, tell Andrew, we thought that these were smelling salts, but instead we did bath salts.
Why not? Oh, my God. Listen, and here's what I'll do. Like, you're afraid, oh, my God, there's going to be dead air. No, there won't. I'll just do, and I'm not a good play-by-play guy, I'll do play-by-play of you fighting through smelling salts at first and then later bath salts. Oh, and she is picking at her skin. Here we go, folks. Turn away if you don't want to see Chelsea picking at her face, and there it goes. She doesn't have leprosy. She's just on bath salts.
I mean, you guys wanted content, right? Hot takes? There you go. Bath salts. Problem solved. All right. So the reason that I mention this is because from when my husband was playing baseball, he said relievers would do all kinds of things to get up in the bullpen. Because listen, baseball's a long game. You're sitting there, for 5 or 6 innings, and then you have to lock in on a moment's notice. So guys would do all kinds of crazy things. They would do the 5-hour energy shots. They would do like things akin to smelling salts. So that was my baseball segue. So I wonder if anybody's doing smelling salts in any of these games. All right, Jenks, we've got a pretty full card of daytime baseball today, which is nice. So let's start Reds at Marlins. Interesting pitching matchup here. Brady Singer, who I have bet on before, and he has led me astray. But, of course, he's 3-0 in the season, 3.80 ERA. Sandy Alcantara gets the ball for the Marlins, though. Kind of a crooked ERA here, 2-1 with a 7.27 ERA. We know he has good stuff, and I think it's baked into the price because the Marlins actually favored in this game. Reds plus 110, total of 8.5. So, Jenks, do you go with the Marlins here? What's this line telling us?
I'm playing this to 8, laying the juice at -140. I'm going over, which we do on a pretty regular basis on this show. So you mentioned Brady Singer, and this is one of those situations where you look deeper into the numbers, and okay, he was great really early, 7 shutout innings against the Rangers, but since then he has not been good. Like 9 earned and 14 in the third innings. And then Sandy Alcantara, I mean, I hate it for him, but he just hasn't been the same pitcher since coming off of Tommy John surgery. So hopefully he eventually rounds into form after undergoing that procedure. But he's been bad this season. Also, those Reds bats, particularly in the first 5, are really good. The Marlins hit for average, so they should be able to scratch a few across against Brady Singer. I'm going to go over 8.
I think I like the over in this series, but I think I'm going to wait. Like, this isn't the best matchup, I think, just because there is the potential. Like, I agree with you that they're probably going to give up a couple runs in the first 5 innings, but there is high-end potential for both of these pitchers. Brady Singer, we know, like, I've beaten the drum for him before, where he's a high strikeout guy, had 7 strikeouts against Milwaukee earlier this season, and plus the Marlins kind of strike out a lot. But I'll say this about the Marlins. They actually have some of the best numbers, offensively speaking, in all of baseball. I keep having to double and triple check this because I keep thinking there's no way, right, that the Marlins are one of the top teams in baseball when it comes to offense. But surprisingly, in batting average, they're sitting in the top 5. So maybe that lends itself to your over. But I think I'm going to wait this one out. All right, so next up, how about we go to the Yankees and the Guardians? A good matchup in the American League. Yankees -150 behind Carlos Rodon. Guardians plus 125, total of 8 runs. Jenks, did you look at this game? Did this one catch your eye when you did your initial glance of the slate?
Not necessarily, but I think I would probably I think I would go to the Guardians. Like, I feel like the Guardians are, at least thus far this season, have been really good at plus money. Like, whenever you can get them at plus money in a favorable matchup. And Luis Ortiz, I will say that if you look at, I was reading this morning, but his numbers are more favorable. Like, I'm not a big underlying metrics guy as far as my own research, so I look at other people who say, hey, I've done a little research here, and this guy's better than his record. He's one of those guys, better than his record, better than his ERA, so I think there's value here on the Guardians. So I'd look at the Cleveland Guardians, yeah, plus money, plus 125.
I've said this before. The Guardians are one of those teams that I'm kind of afraid to fade because I feel like they can bring it just about every game, and we've seen that in the postseason. They're scrappy on offense. Their pitching rotation is usually pretty solid, and there's high end potential with Luis Ortiz. He's had some big strikeout numbers. Had 10 strikeouts against the Royals, 8 against Pittsburgh. So for somebody who is not a big name like Carlos Rodon, maybe he can go toe to toe with him. And you're also looking at the price here. So, you're getting pretty good plus money on a solid team in the Guardians at home at a day game, because that's the other thing. It feels like day games are a little wonky where, maybe some people aren't quite up to their A game, that early in the day. So I would lean towards the Guardians, but I don't think I'm going to play that one. All right, free reign here. Is there a game that caught your eye? Who gets the first impression rose?
Oh, first impression rose. I'm looking at you, New York Mets. You caught my eye. I'm going to go with the under. Phillies and Mets. I'm going to play it up to 8. Yes. Go under 8. Zach Wheeler, David Peterson. Now, maybe there's value on the Phillies. Phillies are favored here. They're minus 118. The Mets are minus 102 because you got Zach Wheeler going up against David Peterson. But do you really want to fade the Metropolitans at home? They're 11-1 this year at Citi Field. Won again yesterday. So we know Zach Wheeler. He's been great. David Peterson has been great for the Mets this season. He'll give up some runs, but he has been very consistent. Worst outing of the year was last week against the Cardinals. Gave up 3 runs over 5 1/3, struck out 9. Mets are also the second best under team in baseball. Generally, they win, but they're not blowout games. It's a 5-1 game. It's a 4-2 game, whatever it is, but the Mets just keep winning at home, and they tend to be lower scoring games. So that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go under 8.
I think I would lean towards that direction as well. When you said Mets, I was like, I'm not going to be fading Zach Wheeler. Zach Wheeler feels like the most trustworthy guy in the lineup for the Phillies for me. But I will say this. There are some Mets players that have good splits against Zach Wheeler. I think part of that is just because Zach Wheeler has pitched against these guys for so long. Just being in the NL East, you face the Mets a ton. And plus, he used to play for the Mets. So maybe they have some type of stat sheet on him. But in the other direction, you have some of the Philly hitters who have really good numbers against David Peterson. 1-2 highlight, Bryce Harper is hitting .421 in 19 at-bats against David Peterson. So if you're a DFS person, a couple of good options. Nick Castellanos, also good against David Peterson, OPS over 1,000. But I feel like that doesn't go towards the under.
Yeah.
But I do feel like both these guys can go deep in the game. And I think this is going to be a close one. Maybe it doesn't make the card for me, but I do think that is one to watch to see if the Mets can keep absolutely rolling at home. All right, so we don't have a starting pitcher for the Dodgers and Cubs yet. I do think that's an interesting series. We saw an absolute slugfest last night between these two teams, Cubs ultimately winning. Jenks, what about going back to the well? Diamondbacks minus 150 hosting the Rays. Erod goes for the Snakes. He's 1-2 with a 4.09 ERA. Taj Bradley 2-1 with a 5.24 ERA. Do you ever have a team that just wins you a bunch of money and sometimes you're like, yeah, let's just roll with them again? That's how the Diamondbacks feel for me.
Oh, I can tell by the sound of your voice you're going back to the well tonight. I don't blame you, though. When you get a team like this that hits this well at home at this price, like that's, as we always say, everything is relative when it comes to laying the number or whatever the price may be. This is a good price on the D-backs. I'd be with you.
Yeah, I think that's what it is for me because it feels like for a team that has almost as good of stats as anybody in Major League Baseball, like they're top 3 across the board. If this was the Dodgers and they were facing the Rays, Dodgers would be minus 210. So I think that's what it is for me. Maybe this is not the best spot because Eduardo Rodriguez is not, the most trustworthy of starters. And I will say Taj Bradley at least has some good starts. So maybe that's your sabotage factor. So maybe I should wait another day. That's the difficult part of baseball is because when you have two teams squaring off, you're like, ooh, I like this play. This is the better team. but maybe the better opportunity is the next day with a better starting pitcher matchup. Let's talk about this one quickly. Rangers A's. We have been talking about the total for A's games, and they bumped it up to 10. We saw a high-scoring affair yesterday. We've seen a ton of overs for the A's at home, but the total in this one's 9. Kumar Rocker facing off with JP Sears. Do you think we get runs in this one?
Yeah, I do. In fact, I put a sprinkle on the over this morning, but already at BetMGM, it's sitting at 10, I believe. So the money is coming in on the over. Yeah, so money coming in quick. Can't trust these. You can't trust Kumar Rocker, and this is definitely an over park, as we know.
I thought you were going to say, can't trust these hoes. I don't know if we can say that on radio, but I did.
But you did.
We're going to go to break before I say something else. All right, coming up next, the biggest storylines in baseball that should affect your bets. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, let's go. We're off, we're rolling, we're ready to talk some baseball. In a few minutes here on the show, we'll get to the biggest headlines that could affect your baseball bets, because we know baseball is super about the numbers, and you can take just about any stat, any metric, and apply it to your bets. But these are still human beings, and sometimes there are things beyond the box score that will affect some of these games. So before we get into this, Jenks, I feel like this is an important kind of sub conversation that needs to happen before we get into what's happening with the Braves. We see this in betting all the time, where sometimes it's smarter to zig when everybody else is zagging. And we see this in the stock market as well. So right now, all you hear about is like the economy being terrible. The stock market is crashing. I don't know. I'm not super up to date on everything, but that's just what I'm hearing. So is this actually the time where you should be buying stocks? Like when things are at their lowest and people are panicking?
Yes, it is. But it's tough to do. Like they call it dollar cost averaging, right? And it's tough to do because you look up and every other day you see red. But ultimately, a lot of really good quality companies are on discount right now because everything is tanked. So don't feel bad if your 401k is down or you're invested in the market. I mean, everything is down. So, but this is also good. And it doesn't mean you go crazy, but it does mean eventually over time, we've seen if you're holding for the long term, right? You play the long game, then the market does have its ups and downs, but eventually trends up. We've seen that over history again and again and again. So if you find a company you really like, now is probably a good time. You don't have to go crazy, but it's a good time to maybe put some money in because eventually it's going to take some time. You have to be patient, but it will recover.
Yeah, so I feel like it's very similar to baseball because baseball is very much about the long game. I think people see these early headlines and these early struggles of some of these baseball teams, and they say, there's no way that this team can turn it around and have a great season. It's April 23rd. Right. Like the postseason starts in October. And Jenks, we've seen this story many times before where a team struggles out of the gate, even through the All-Star break. And then they go on this hot streak and they turn things around and they make it to the World Series. Your Nationals, I feel like, did this. The Phillies have done this, where they've even gone as far as like firing their manager, but yet they will turn things around. So with that being said, we're seeing all kinds of headlines surrounding the Braves these days, and most of them are not good. So there's the injuries. Of course, Spencer Strider is going on the 15-day IL due to a strained right hamstring, which is not great. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. He is their best starter. He is a strikeout machine, and they were so excited to get him back in the rotation, and now he's gone again. But the other thing that's been going on is Ronald Acuna Jr. kind of caused a stir on social media because we've seen a lack of hustle sometimes from Ronald Acuna Jr., and I feel like he took it on himself to make this situation personal. So Jared Kelenic was trotting to first base because he thought he hit a ball out of the park. He got thrown out at second because the ball was not caught and it was not a home run. So after the game, they asked the manager, Brian Snicker, say, hey, did you talk to him about like his lack of hustle? Were you going to take him out of the game? Said, no, was I supposed to? So Ronald Acuna Jr. replies to this tweet and says, if it were me, he would have said something. And so, of course, people jumped on this. Number one, like, maybe don't tweet things like this. Maybe talk to your manager in person. But, Jenks, you've covered teams extensively. You do the podcast for the Commanders. And you've been, like, in the clubhouse, in the locker room. Is this something that can really damage a team? Or is this just one player?
I don't think something like this can damage a team. Unfortunately, I think this is just sort of first of all, it depends on what you say. And two, things like this happen now on such a regular basis where a guy will put something on X and then he deletes it. Guys are always sort of in their feelings. They put something out there, then they delete it. So we see this all the time now. So it's sort of become just part of covering sports. I think where it becomes an issue is where a guy's doing it consistently. Like Tyreek Hill is a perfect example, right? I know it's football, but he's constantly retweeting stuff or saying stuff or throwing an innuendo to the point where it's not a one-off. Like this isn't like Ronald Acuna Jr., I understand the point he's making. Also, I think it needs to be said, I think what gets lost in this story is that Brian Snicker admitted he didn't really see the play. Like, so that's why he didn't react in the same way as he did when Ronald Acuna Jr. did the same thing. So he really didn't see the play in real time, so he addressed it the next day. So maybe that has something to do with it. But ultimately, I don't think it's a big deal unless it becomes a recurring problem, and this, to me, is not a recurring problem.
Yeah, I think it stinks more for the Braves because Ronald Acuna Jr. is their MVP. Like, I know he's not playing right now, but you expect more from the faces of your franchise and guys who are supposed to be the leader of the team. So I think that it's not going to damage a locker room if you have enough leadership around, said person to kind of make up for it. Like, remember back in the day where the Patriots would sign all these like bad boy players and it didn't seem to matter because their culture was strong enough to withstand it. I feel like in Miami, maybe it's not strong enough to withstand it if we're talking about the Dolphins and Tyreek Hill, and especially if he gets traded. But all this to say that this is a little dramatic, but it is still a very long baseball season. It's not like the NFL in that regard. So, Jenks, let me ask you, with all these bad headlines and all of the narrative shifting to doomsday for the Braves, are you willing to buy into Atlanta? Do you think this roster still has enough talent to, take a swing at a basement price? Because now to win the National League East, the Braves are plus 320. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were the favorites to win it. So if you believe the odds makers preseason and say, okay, this team has, a stacked roster, they still have the goods, do you put some money on the Braves at plus 320?
I think you do. I mean, ultimately the Braves will get healthier, right? We know that. They're going to. And is it really sustainable for the teams that they're trying to surpass in the division? Like, is this sustainable for the Nationals, for example? I mean, the Nationals are ahead of the Braves right now. I mean, I just don't think that's going to happen. Now, there's a long way to go, but it's early enough in the season where you can find value on teams that can get on a hot streak and put it all together. And the Braves have all the tools to do that. Like, once they get Ronald Acuna back, once Chris Sale settles in, I know Spencer Strider has to get healthy again, but think about all the things that can happen in a positive manner. You're kind of getting a company, if you will, a franchise, a team that has hit their bottom because what else can go wrong? Of course, that can always happen, but ultimately you see the high ceiling there, and you're probably not going to find a price like this for too much longer. So if you like the Braves, it's a good time to grab them.
Yeah, I think just from a strategy standpoint, because I still think as far as talent goes, the Braves are not that far behind the Phillies and the Mets. Maybe my one concern would be the injury starting to mount, because that's not a clubhouse thing. That's an availability thing. Spencer Strider now being out. Reynaldo Lopez has been out for quite some time as well. So when those rotational pieces start to, kind of go on the injury report, that's when it starts to scare me. And plus, Chris Sale has not been the least, he's been a little injury prone over the last few years, and he pitched a lot of innings last year. So I think as far as the strategy goes, you do take the Braves at plus 320. Because it wouldn't shock me if they go on a tear at some point in the summer. And plus, remember the way they started the season? They had the toughest start to the schedule, I think, of any team in baseball.
Yeah.
You start on the road at the Padres, then you go on the road to the Dodgers. That's your first two series of the season. It's not easy. Two of the best teams in baseball. So maybe there's some room for growth with the Braves. All right, elsewhere, Yankees are trying to shut down some doomsday narratives when it comes to Devin Williams. He was supposed to be their closer, and we know he has filthy stuff. We've seen it with his time with the Brewers, the airbender, as he's called. But this year, the numbers aren't good. After finishing last season with a 1.25 ERA, he has a 7.88 ERA and a whip over 2. Hitters are hitting .303 against him. Here's Aaron Boone on his closer. Thought we had the sound. Do we have the sound?
Yeah.
I guess we don't.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. Well, bottom line, he says he's not that worried about it. I think there is something here to be said about relievers, that these numbers can get really skewed early in the season, because think about even starting pitchers. If you have one bad start, it's going to skew your ERA for like the next 2 months. So when it comes to Devin Williams, I think this is probably the case. He did not all of a sudden overnight lose all of his talent. And sometimes it's, one pitch. We see this in baseball all the time. Like, one pitch can make or break a game, and it can make or break an at bat, missing an inch to the left, an inch to the right. to where, somebody hits a home run, somebody gets a base hit. So, Jenks, do you think Yankees fans have a right to be worried about Devin Williams?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think it's a little worrisome because, I mean, it's still early, but also now we're starting to get larger sample sizes, and sometimes it just takes time for guys to get right. But at the same time, look, you know what a guy can do. You've seen what he can do. So it's sort of that delicate balance between how much time do we give him before we say, all right, maybe I don't want to say send him down to AAA and have him get right. But sometimes that's what you need, or sometimes you give him a break. I mean, I don't think you do that. I think you just stick with him and say, look, you've already gotten it done, so we're just going to stick with you and maybe find a different way, or maybe retool how we use you, when we use you, to kind of get out of a rut. Like, you keep him here and you say, all right, let's just find a way to. Sometimes it just takes a bit of a shakeup in when you use a guy or how you apply his skill set, and just help him just get out of the same old routine and maybe shake things up, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, your positive spin is that you would rather have him struggle now than in the postseason. Because this is the thing with closers. Sometimes they're a little hot and cold. Even the best closers in the game, like remember last year, Emmanuel Clase, how dominant he was during the regular season, and then he gave up all those like postseason home runs in the worst instances. And funny that I mentioned him because he's also struggling this season. So I think it just goes to show the volatility of closers sometimes. And sometimes you just got to ride it through, because if you're paying big money for these guys and they're supposed to be your clutch, performers, like, at least wait until May before you start panicking. Give them at least 10 goes of it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's end on this one because it's funny. All right, so Mason, is that how you say M-A-S-N?
Masson.
Mid-Atlantic Masson. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the network that's in charge of the Orioles and Nationals, which, if I'm not mistaken, has had a checkered past, they accidentally charged not $89 for fans for Mason Plus, but $8,999. Woof. I hope you have overdraft protection.
I mean, it's sort of just, it's perfect for just how all this has played out over the last couple decades. This is just perfect.
Isn't this what always happens? I feel like they don't have a good history, right?
It's been, yeah, I mean, it's a long story, but yes, it's been very complicated for a long time.
It's complicated. All right, coming up next, Hour 3 kicks off with a bang. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Sorry, I wasn't trying.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the final hour of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I am merely Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is the great Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, plays we like, including what we think is going to happen between the Rockets and the Warriors in H-Town. That highlights the slate. Then in 20 minutes, we're going to talk some stick and puck. I'll let Chelsea take over and ask all of the hockey questions. We're going to bring in Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer for ESPN, a great guest. Then we reveal our best bets at 8:40. Also, you can check us out on Stadium on the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. Chelsea, I just want to take full credit for something that I don't deserve credit for, which is giving you a pep talk. Because I know you struggled a little bit last week with your bets, and then you said, oh, Jinx, you soothsayer, what should I do in the future? And I said, just stick with the process. You know, trust the process. You're great at what you do, and here you are. You're crushing it this week. I know you hate it when you feel like I jinx you, but you've been knocking it out of the park.
Yes, the first 2 days of the week.
Yes.
The
Let's
week
go.
is early, my friend.
I'm framing it the right way.
But if I really wanted to be motivated, I would listen to the speech that you gave us and the entire crew when we were like 10 Jell-O shots deep, and that speech from last year still lives on this phone. I have not released it for public consumption yet, but the day is coming, my friend.
Oh, my God. Well, that night, whew, I tell you what, whenever this crew gets together, it is something. There is always a memorable moment, or two, or three. Man, that was a good time. Was that really 2 years ago? That's hard to believe.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's memorable moments. I would say it's blackout moments that none of us remember. Because the day after, we're trying to piece together our Uber receipts and our text, like, how did we get home? Does anybody know?
Yeah. I think someone took me on a joyride on last Friday or a few Fridays ago when you guys were in town. Because I thought we dropped you off, but then I think you left earlier. And I'm like, then why did I go to Navy Yard? I mean, when I was going 5 minutes away. It doesn't make any sense. Whew,
Unsolved mysteries.
We'll never know. We'll never know. Can I tell you one thing before we get to we'll recap what happened last night between the Lakers and T-Wolves and then preview today's games on the slate. I have a bone to pick with the Thunder. Or maybe it's the Grizzlies because the Grizzlies suck so bad. Because I had the Thunder last night, Chelsea, over their points prop. It was set at pretty low, 121 and a hook, and I'm following this all game long. Memphis missed their first 10 shots of the game. Oklahoma City was rolling. All the Grizzlies had to do was keep it competitive. But because they didn't keep it competitive, the Thunder took their foot off the gas, so they only score 118 points. I was on my phone last night like this. Every 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm going to bed. What are the Thunder doing? No. Look at it in the morning. No, what are the Thunder doing? And I stayed up an extra half hour only to watch them not reach 122 points. And it's not the Thunder's fault. It's the Grizz fault because the Grizz can't stay competitive. So the Thunder just say like, we'll just coast to the finish. It's absolutely ridiculous. These teams have met, 6 times this season? Memphis has been beaten by double digits each and every single time. If they were halfway competitive, the Thunder hit this number. So that's a real bummer of a way not to hit a bet. Not because the team you bet on didn't get it done. Best, highest scoring team in the NBA. It's because the team they're playing is so terrible.
Yeah, today's game has been canceled due to a lack of hustle. Jenks, have you seen heavyweights? I feel like this would be Tony Perkis saying to the students, be like, You make me sick. This is the worst effort I've ever seen because blowouts kill props. Like, haven't we seen this a lot? Like, blowouts are the recipe to, make the game a little bit wonky. So the Grizzlies have not showed up to the playoffs just yet. And I'm sorry that this is the way that your bet turned out. Are we playing story time here? Do we need to talk about bets that I've regretted? Because it's definitely happened a lot of times.
Chelsea, go right ahead. I'm here to listen. I mean, and I'll certainly send you payment later, but tell me how you're feeling right now.
All right, so I'm going to sound like a broken record here because, Jenks, I think you've heard about this one quite some time. Since we've been doing this show for 3 years, a lot of our stories are recycled. But listen, this one still lives rent-free in my heart and in my head. My Titans blowing the AFC in the first round against the Bengals. Listen, the year was, I think, 2021. Titans had home field advantage. We were 3.5-point favorites at home against the Bengals. Ryan Tannehill throws a pick. The very first play of the game. I thought I was stabbed in the heart. He goes on to throw 2 more interceptions. This game is still close. The Titans actually had a chance to win, and instead, it's Evan McPherson that I believe drills a kick, and the Titans lose. I do not regret this pick because of the numbers and because of the handicap. I regret this pick because I bet with my heart instead of my mind. So sometimes you'll run across this in betting where you say, I want to bet on the teams that I like. I want to root for my team. Don't do it. Don't do it, especially with the teams who have been known to break your heart time and time again. I don't know why I ever trusted the Titans with my money, with my prognostications, because that was the thing. I went on radio stations across the country and said, oh, yes, put your money on the Titans minus 3.5. So not only did I have to walk back from the stadium with all these dumb Bengals fans, I also had to live with everybody knowing that this was my pick. And it unfolded so horribly wrong that that's a core memory for me, and it's not a good one.
Well, look at it this way. It's all led up to this moment. Tomorrow night is your time to shine. NFL draft, number 1 overall pick. Here you go. You can just bask in the glory because there's nothing like drafting a quarterback number 1 overall and they've never played a single down. Like, our future is finally here. But I hear you. There's nothing worse than when you lose on your favorite teams. You know, a lot of people love the Lakers. Oh, I love the Lakers. I love the Yankees. I love the Duke Blue Devils. These are all my favorite teams. Lakers down the T-Wolves last night, 94-85 in the late game. Lakers cover the 5.5-point spread. They were minus 235 on the money line, and the under hits with the total set at 210 and a hook. And Luka being Luka.
He's come out better tonight. Doncic again has Gobert. They're hunting him. Doncic will dance, lean, fire, and hit.
Kevin Harlan on TNT. Luka, 31 points, 12 boards, 9 assists. LeBron, 21. Austin Reeves with 17 points. The Lakers, much more physical in this game. They said they were going to be. They were. They lead by 19 points after one and really controlled this game from the outset, Chelsea.
Oh, absolutely. And as far as the T-Wolves go, I don't think it was like the best night for them, at least when it came to the box score as well, because I think people saw that first win and they said, oh, the T-Wolves might body the Lakers in this series. But also, you've got to remember, they hit 50% of their threes in game one and made 21 three-pointers. Wasn't the case last night. Only hit 20%, 5 of 25 from the three-point line. Only shot 38% from the field. So the shooting splits were way down. You're not going to win a ton of games when you only score 85 points. But the physicality for the Lakers should be commended here, because that's all you can ask for from your team is how do you respond when you get punched in the mouth? Because that's what the Lakers did, or that's what the Lakers had in game one. So I think this was a great job by LeBron, by Luka, and by JJ Redick, you know, getting his guys ready. And you even saw it on the sidelines. I think it was like in the third quarter. He was still trying to fire up the troops because I don't know if it's just the urgency isn't there for the Lakers because they know they're good and they know they can turn it on. But this was a nice bounce back performance by the Lakers.
Yes, certainly was. And now we got a series, updated series odds. Lakers minus 120, the Timberwolves even money. How about tonight's card, Chelsea? Let's get to it. In the Eastern Conference game 2, Magic Celtics. Celtics laying 10.5. Celtics minus 800. Magic 5-1. Total 197 and a hook. The spread has come down 2 points from 12.5. The total down 2 points from 199.5 because Jason Tatum, doubtful. He has that bone bruise in his right wrist. Suffered that hard fall in game 1. I think I'm probably looking at the under here, but God, with a total of 197 and a hook, that's tough.
Yeah, that's a really low total. So just from a strategy standpoint, if you see any game with a total that low and a spread this high, most of the time your mind would go to, okay, I'm going to take the points because clearly points are going to be at a premium. So like I would lean towards the Magic here. But even if Jason Tatum is not a factor and doesn't even play in this game, this is a Celtics team that won NBA Finals games without Kristaps Porzingis, who is a big part of their team as well. So we know the Celtics, one of the deepest teams in the NBA. That's why they won the finals last year. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the Celtics, they're going to get crushed by the Magic. Probably not. Like maybe it's a night where the Celtics don't have the urgency button switched over, because we've seen that from the Celtics as well. They lose to teams that they shouldn't lose to occasionally. But probably not going to play this one. I think the betting angle for me here is continuing to ride on the points prop for Paolo Banchero. If this is the Magic's best chance to win a game, albeit on the road, Paolo Banchero is their offensive hope. 25.5 is the number for his points prop. Juice the over at -120. I think you go there. He had a big game in game 1. He's going to take a lot of shots. So I think that's the way to go.
I like that quite a bit. Probably going to stay away from this game, but if I am going to bet it, I would just tell you because I think that's a really good play. Elsewhere in the East, we get the Heat and the Cavaliers. The Cavs also laying a big number, 12.5. Cavs -700. The Heat are 5-1 to win outright. Total 212 and a hook. I'm just going to say it. This is just a straight up, I trust you, Coach Spo. Trust you, like you. I'm not going to say love, but I do like you a lot. You've gotten it done. 2 NBA titles, one as an assistant, one of the greatest head coaches ever, really. I mean, Coach Spo has been getting it done for a long time and not necessarily with a full cupboard. Clearly, he is outmatched here when it comes to talent because Cleveland has all-star after all-star after all-star. And the Cavaliers, 49-33-1 against the number at home this season. That was second best in the NBA, second only to the Thunder. So that's your sabotage factor. But I feel like the Heat tonight, with such a big number and some time to adjust with Coach Spo on the sideline, maybe you get a nice game from Tyler Hero. At some point, these numbers have to shrink a little bit. So I'm going to take the Heat and the points and just put my trust in one of the best head coaches in the NBA.
Yeah, I think this is a similar handicap to the Celtics and the Magic in that, like, occasionally you're going to have a big team that is a big favorite that's going to get caught sleeping. I feel like if anybody can play that spoiler and just cover the number, maybe it's the Heat. Because similar to that other game, this is a low total as well. Maybe it's not 197.5, but 212.5 is still a pretty low total, and 12.5 is still a big number. So I think I would lean towards the Heat. Am I going to play it? Probably not, because like the Celtics, the Cavs also have a ton of depth. Who is it? Ty Jerome or somebody in the first game that like had a massive fourth quarter. So it feels like the Cavs also have like a bunch of guys that could step up. So kind of snooze fest games. Maybe the last game of the day is going to be the best one.
Yes, well, let's talk about that in the West. Warriors, Rockets. Rockets laying 2.5. They're -160 on the money line. Right now we're seeing the Rockets at -3.5 at BetMGM. That number keeps going up. Warriors are +135 if you like them to win outright. And your total at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, is 203.5. Chelsea, I will sit back and once again listen to what you have to say. I like the Rockets here.
Yeah, it feels like a trap that the books are setting for squares, does it not? Yeah. Hey, we'll give you the Warriors, a team that has all of these champs on it, at -2.5. And even, has it gone to 3.5 in some of these spots?
It has.
Yeah, it's 3.5 now. Where the Rockets are 3.5 point favorites, which is wild to me, because the Warriors are a good team. But listen, sometimes these odds, they'll tell a story. And I think some of this is, we need to start giving the Rockets a little bit of credit. Remember who is the 2 seed in this matchup, and remember who came in through the play-in. I understand that the standings were super crowded in the Western Conference, but the Rockets have played some of the best defense in the entire NBA for the entirety of the season. So maybe the shooting splits aren't going to be as great for the Warriors in this game, so I would not be shocked if the Rockets win this game, and this line is correct.
Yeah, I think it's right, and this is one of those perfect games where, as you mentioned, it's just screaming to the squares like, oh, my God, I'm getting points with the Warriors. I'm getting points with the Warriors. And, yes, both things can be true. Like, playoff Jimmy can be playoff Jimmy. Steph can have a great game. And the Warriors can still lose. I mean, we see this all the time. They have been a much better team. There's no question about it since Jimmy Butler came over. We've seen that. But at the end of the day, the Rockets are in this place for a reason, and they did not shoot well in Game 1. So I think they come back tonight, a bounce-back effort. I feel like Vegas aren't they just begging you to bet on Golden State here?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe there's other routes you can take. Like, I think Steph Curry's rebound prop is 4.5. I think I'll have the over on that.
Nice. All right. I'm tempted to take the Rockets. I like it at 2.5. Better than 3.5, so maybe I'll shop around a little bit. Coming up on the show. Oh, don't you think for one second we have forgotten about the stick and puck. We're going to get you ready for the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs with Greg Wyshynski, the senior NHL writer for ESPN. That's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It's a Wednesday on the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you along with us. She's Chelsea Messenger. I am Michael Jenkins. Coming up shortly, the Stanley Cup playoffs are underway, and we'll get an early postseason preview with Greg Wyshynski, the senior NHL writer for ESPN. Also, we have an update from my dentist. The old scheduled text comes through again. He said, "Great, see you then." Nice, short to the point, so we are definitely having drinks in a week. And that's important because I don't need to go in with him angry and come out with a grill or something. You know what I mean?
I feel like this is a good friend to have in the rotation. Do you think he has access to laughing gas? Because I feel like that would be a cool experience. No?
Yeah. I'll do laughing gas. You can do the bath salts that you love, and we'll just roll with it. See how it goes. Right?
I mean, laughing gas sounds awesome. Like, it's laughing gas. If you were a dentist, would you dip into your own stash?
I do it daily. Everybody would love me. And I'd be probably like a pediatric dentist. They'd be like, "Oh man, he's so
just laughing,
jovial around the kids. I love this guy." Oh man, that'd be tempting. Yeah, it's a good guy to have in the rotation, right? Have a dinner, you need something, you know? Last time I went in, he was like, don't worry about the surcharge there. It was like $50 or something. I was like, that'll work. So I'm gonna buy him drinks. Next thing you know, I come in, I got my whole mouth is like capped up, like Tom Brady.
He's capped up. He's got those veneers in check.
He does.
But that's a hot thing right now is veneers.
Are you going to get veneers? Are you going to do that? Are you going to follow the trends?
I hope not. Hopefully you don't think that I need them. Like,
no,
eventually,
I wasn't
maybe
suggesting
when I'm
that.
Like,
are you going to get those veneers that you really need?
No. Are you
Your teeth
finally
look great.
going
I'm
to get
just
lipo,
saying.
Chelsea? When's that facelift coming?
I told you I went to a plastic surgeon years ago because, of course, which not for my face, but I had cancer when I was a kid. We know, right? And I mean, 1981, a surgery is like they don't sew you up like that anymore, so it didn't look great. And so I was like, can we just make this look normal? You know, like can we? And they did, and it was much better. But I come in for that, and the nurse walks in, and I'm here for just to do a procedure on my stomach, and she looks at me, and it's early. It's like 8 in the morning or something. And I'd just gotten up, and she looks at me and goes, "Oof," and like points to my eyes, the bags under my eyes. She goes, "Might need to look at those." I'm like, no. Like, it's 8 o'clock, got up a half hour ago. I'm tired. Yes. Yeah, don't get sucked into that. Don't do that. I was like, okay. Can we just focus on the procedure at hand? Let's focus on some hockey. How about that? You can't go wrong with talking to the great Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN, and getting us ready for what we can expect for the rest of the playoff action in the NHL. Greg, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. And, I wanted to ask you just about the playoff format because you hear complaints sort of back and forth here. Do you like seeing some of the same matchups year in and year out? Does that add to the excitement for you? Or are you sort of in the camp that it'd be nice to switch things up?
First of all, I have to shout out the transition from talking about veneers to talking about hockey, which is probably the place where you find them the most. So, I mean, an accidental transition game there, but you have to acknowledge the greatness of it. So the playoff format, it's an interesting debate because it's hard to argue against it when you get the Battle of Florida, the Battle of Ontario, Dallas, Colorado, even the fourth edition of Edmonton and LA, as we saw in game one, is kind of bonkers. So, like, they keep on spoon-feeding us this sugar, and it's hard to argue against the first round being the best round, probably. And it's also the time when the most fans are watching. I mean, traditionally, hockey fans kind of fall off from interest in the Stanley Cup playoffs as they go on and their teams are eliminated. That being said, I'm more of an advocate for playoff expansion. Every other league has expanded their postseason except for the NHL. We're going to get a couple more expansion teams soon, so we're going to be pushing to 34 teams, and only 16 make it. So it'll be, more than half the league doesn't participate in the most important part of the year. There's a way to do it, just play-ins, 5, 7, 10, 8, 9, play a little series, and then you get into the tournament of 16. So I'm much more about let's invite more people to the party than I am about, fiddling with the wild card format.
Yeah. All right. So let's live in the here and now. And I understand that we've only had a couple games in the playoffs so far, but who gets the first impression rose for you? Which team has really impressed you?
I would say Winnipeg. They won the President's Trophy with the best regular season record. They've also been a team that has had playoff disasters in consecutive seasons. They were eliminated in 5 games in consecutive seasons. And so there was a chance they were going to lose game 1 at home to St. Louis. And if they did that, you're kind of like, all right, same old story. Here comes Winnipeg disappointing us again. And they won that game. They gutted it out. And then they won a really complete game 2 at home. So they're up 2-0 in St. Louis. And they are very much looking like a team that is refocused, has their head in the right place, and has the potential. I mean, the path, I think, is there for them to play for the Stanley Cup this season. And I've been really impressed with their focus and looking very much like the team that dominated in the regular season.
Greg, I'm a Caps fan here in D.C. You went to Maryland, so I don't know if you're a Caps guy or not, but it's been really exciting because of the surprise of how good the Capitals have been in Ovi's chase. But there have been some doubts as to whether what they've done is sustainable in the postseason. What do you think?
Well, I went to Maryland, but I also lived in Maryland for a long time and covered the Capitals. So I got to see most of Ovi's career, but I also got to experience all of the playoff disappointment in D.C. And I found it funny that, like, even after winning the Cup and Ovi gets the record, they go into this Montreal series still being haunted by the ghosts of disasters past. And everybody's like, okay, how are they going to screw it up against the lowest seed this time? And so I was really impressed with the overtime win with Ovechkin getting the goal. I mean, incredibly, his first overtime goal in the playoffs in his career, which is kind of stunning when you think about how much that guy has scored and how long he's been playing. Because it kind of took away some of the oxygen from Montreal for a potential upset bid. That's a huge win for the Caps. They might still be in trouble, who knows, with game 2 and stuff. But, they blew a lead in the third period. They come back and they win in overtime. And it kind of tells you that, their regular season success for a lot of people, they think it's an aberration. They don't think it's transferable to the postseason. This is a really good hockey team. And when they play their system, they can beat anybody. And if it's going to be Ovechkin continuing an MVP season for them in the playoffs, then they're going to – I have them going to the conference final, and let's see if I'm right.
All right, so I am going to admit I am a hockey casual, but one thing that I've noticed is that some of these big favorites are not a guarantee to get out of the first round. It feels like we see it all the time where a team that's an absolute juggernaut in the regular season gets upset, like really early on in the playoffs. So is there a team that you think is one of those good teams that could be on upset alert?
I think Vegas has to be on it now. They're playing a Minnesota team that's not really great. They get good goaltending, and they've got some decent players down the lineup. But what Minnesota has right now is a healthy Kirill Kaprizov. He's their top scorer. He's their star player. They've been missing. He only played 41 games in the regular season, and before he got hurt and had surgery for, I think, a lower body injury in January, he was on an MVP pace. Like, people were just kind of like, this is going to be his season to win the MVP. And so he comes back. He gets a few games in. And then the playoffs start, and they've scored 7 goals, and he has a point on 5 of them. Like, he's been in absolute beast mode. And so I'm not blown away with the Wild. I think the Vegas Golden Knights are a much better team than Minnesota, but Minnesota might have this kind of force of nature right now that's taking over the series. He had 3 points last night, 2 goals, one of the best assists you're going to see maybe in the last 20 years with this pass that he made to his teammate Matt Boldy. That's an intriguing series now based on how well Minnesota's best player is playing.
We're talking with Greg Wyshynski. He is the senior NHL writer at ESPN. So, Greg, just a few weeks ago, the Stars were the favorites to win the Cup, and then they have that awful losing streak. How badly did they need that win on Monday, and how do you assess their chances now?
Well, it's not only the losing streak. They go into that series with Colorado without their best defenseman, Miro Heiskanen, without one of their best offensive players, Jason Robertson. And you really, really saw it on their power play in the first couple of games, missing Robertson. So they're playing bad hockey. They're missing a couple people. They did not look very good in that Game 1 loss to Colorado. And then they got out of winning Game 2. And the great thing about the playoffs is you never know who's going to play the hero. They had a fourth liner making league minimum, scored the overtime goal to give them the win. and they've shown that they can gut it out. They show that they can grind it out and try to match Colorado as best they can. They're just kind of missing some of their biggest high-end players, and that still has me worried.
All right, prediction time. Who do we think wins it all? I understand it's really difficult to predict in hockey because teams just get hot or, we see these big upsets. But through your eyes, who are a couple teams that you think have a really good shot?
I picked Dallas before the season. I'm heartened at least with that win that they could maybe pull this thing out. I still think if they're healthy, they're the best team in the league, and they've been a conference finalist in consecutive seasons. I really like them if they can somehow find their way through this Colorado series, which is probably easier said than done. There's a reality in which the winner of the Colorado-Dallas series wins the Cup. There's a reality in which the winner of the Florida-Tampa series wins the Cup. Florida just ran through their rivals last night in a pretty impressive way. But I kind of think this might be an all-Canadian final this year. I mean, I think Winnipeg, like I said, has been really impressive. Their heads are screwed on straight. They've got the best goalie in the world in Connor Hellebuck, and they have the ability to advance in the West. And then it could happen, man. They haven't won the Cup since 1967, but the Toronto Maple Leafs look pretty good. And the only thing that's going to beat the Leafs is themselves. And it takes a team to put a little bit of doubt in their minds. I think Tampa and or Florida could be that team. Ottawa certainly isn't. But if they can get out of their own division, I mean, nothing from the Metro really impresses me to the point where I don't think the Leafs could beat them. So crazy as it sounds, it could be the Chicago Cubs of hockey. The Toronto Maple Leafs advancing to play for the Stanley Cup.
Oh, my God, that would be absolutely wild. A 57-year wait, the longest drought ever. I did want to ask you one question before we let you go, and it's the potential return of Gabriel Landeskog. If he returns to the Avs, is he someone who can legitimately help them and aid them in a playoff run, or is it more of a feel-good story because he's been out for so long?
We don't know. I mean, he came and played a few conditioning games in the American Hockey League and looked good there. I mean, he wasn't dominant, but he wasn't bad. I don't think any of us really know when a player who hasn't played for that long enters the playoffs with that speed, that pace, that physicality, what that's going to look like. But again, like you said, the emotional lift of getting him back in the lineup is something we can't quantify, and it just underscores how insanely important it was for Dallas to win that game too. Because if they're down 0-2 going to Denver and facing a Colorado team that's celebrating the return of their captain for the first time since they lifted the cup a couple of years ago, that's an emotional tidal wave you don't want to be in the path of. So no one really knows what it'll be like, but we all know that when he comes back, and he probably should come back in Game 3, it's going to be an insanely emotional moment for the players and the fans.
Oh, man, just as a hockey fan, and of course you always root for the captains, the great players in the league. You never want to see him out for an extended period of time. It's going to be a great moment just for hockey to see him back on the ice, especially in this moment. He is the senior NHL writer at ESPN. It is Greg Wyshynski. Greg, we really appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Great smile, by the way. Doesn't need veneers at all. Looks great. Everyone on this show, great smiles. It's always a possibility if you need it. I know a guy. So you'd be good to go. But I didn't even I thought about that, flashed in my head right after he said it. I'm like, oh, yeah, veneers, hockey. I mean, that's, my Lord, that's just part of the sport. But there are so many great storylines. The Leafs in particular. I mean, imagine when you're talking about a hockey crazy city and one of the great hockey franchises in the NHL to go 57 years without winning a cup. I mean, my God. You talk about a monkey off your back. I feel like if I want the Caps to win, obviously, but if the Caps don't and they get eliminated, then you know what? I'll just jump on the Leafs bandwagon and be like, you know what? Good for you guys. Get it done.
I myself will not be rooting for Canada. I will be rooting for United States teams. That feels like it should also be a storyline. The fact that a Canadian team has not won since 1993, per my last Google search, is this a thing? Like, isn't that supposed to be their sport? What are they doing? We got teams from Florida, from Carolina winning.
Yeah.
It feels a little wonky, right?
Oh, absolutely. And obviously, it just goes to show how much the sport has grown and sort of proliferated where, there's more of a balance, and there's a balance across the sport and how scoring has changed. But the Leafs in particular, you're talking about one of the original six and waiting this long. Like, I can't imagine being such a storied franchise and having to wait that long to win it. But yeah, it's exciting. I know it's not necessarily for all fans, but I will say, even if you're not a hardcore hockey fan, there is something special about watching a really tight hockey game or a good Stanley Cup playoff game. I feel like you would even agree with that.
Yeah, but I won't be rooting for Canadian teams. So you can root for, who is it, the Maple Leafs? I ain't gonna
do it. I ain't gonna.
This is America.
This is America. Hey, come up next on the show. This is the Daily Tip. So what are we going to do? It's a midweek edition. The bets never stop. Will we bet on hockey tonight? Will it be basketball? Will it be baseball? Who knows? That's part of the fun. The Donkster's here as well. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it's on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. We are live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. We appreciate you being with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we have our best bets lined up and ready to go. Ooh, Chelsea, man, I'm going to be so busy over the next couple days. And not only doing draft coverage, doing this show, but the lovely Catherine's mother is coming into town because it's time to go dress shopping here in the area.
Ooh. Say yes to the dress.
Oh, I love it. How are we ever going to make a decision? Oh, just give me another Prosecco and we'll figure it out. We're going to go look at one venue this weekend, but that's my only, I don't want to say chore. It's not really a chore, but I'm going to take the girls and meet them. I'm going to take a car and meet them out in Virginia. We're going to look at one venue, then take them back to some bridal shop, and then I'm going to get out of there, skedaddle, and then wait for them to finish and just kind of hang out. So I'll have some me time. Maybe I'll text my dentist and be like, how about a weekend hang, bro? Let's talk molars and hoops, brother. Let's do it.
Molars and hoops. The dentist or the dental / basketball podcast you didn't know you needed until now.
Until now. And I don't think he's listening because this is said out of love. Because next time I go to the dentist, it's going to be like my 2 front teeth are pulled out. That's what you get. I was listening to the Daily Tip. Don't promise a weekend hang. Don't promise bicuspids and ball and not come through, brother. So, you know.
What's a bicuspid? Is that any teeth or is that a specific tooth?
It is a specific tooth on the upper, the upper, I was going to say realm, the upper row of
the
teeth
upper peninsula of
right
Michigan.
right next to your front teeth, I believe, are the bicuspids. I believe. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I'm not a dentist. I'm just a simple man. I'm a simple caveman.
Somebody who hangs with dentists.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
I just hang with the dentists. Well, I will say that, what was it? This was probably about a month ago, and I always hang out, as you know, around the corner at Lost and Found. That's my little neighborhood bar. And they have all sorts of conventions here in D.C. because we're very close to the convention center. So each week, it's generally, depending upon the season, like a new group of, it could be airline attendants. It could be insurance salesmen. And then a few weeks ago, it was neurosurgeons. And so I sat down the bar like a few chairs from a couple guys, and they were talking about neurosurgery. And I was like, and this guy was like, I just don't think the procedure is really effective. You started going into like the actual brain, and I was like, oh my God, like, can you guys turn on the Warriors? And I'm like pointing to the TV. These guys are talking about operating on the brain. It was very impressive. It was a very obviously nuanced and very intelligent and deep conversation. But then I thought, man, I'm way out of my league here. What are you guys doing here?
Yeah, this is how I felt when I came to DC, I think, for the first time to do the show. And it was like around St. Patrick's Day. So I bebopped into like a Starbucks to like do my research on my computer. I had on this like stupid hat, and I have on like my boots, and I have my long blonde hair. And then I type up like, this is why March Madness, you should go for underdogs. And it's like, the most surface level stuff. And it's all these people in suits that clearly work for like the government. They work for like the FBI or something. I'm like, yeah, but did you know that St. Peter's is the Fighting Peacocks? I don't know. It does make you feel like, I'm not going to say small, but like, I don't know how meaningful our work is compared to some of these people. Like somebody was telling me at a party the other day, they worked for the Peace Corps. I was like, yeah, but how many bets have you won this week?
Yeah, but you're aware of the D-backs on the first 5, right? Wow.
Duh.
Good job in the Peace Corps, though. Good for you. No, I feel like that. My next door neighbor worked for USAID. She got laid off. And then Jane, I always say that, my former next door neighbor worked for the FBI. And here I am talking about veneers. About dentistry.
And the donkster.
And the donkster.
You voice an inflatable donkey.
That is also true. Oh, what a road it's been. What a road we're going to get on Bet Sweats today. Joe O, Sammy P. Hey, I think Joe O's birthday was yesterday. We're going to wish him a happy birthday. Happy belated. Also, happy belated to Double D. His birthday was yesterday. Oh. Holy Lord. Man. He had all those birthday audio clips lined up and ready to go. Now we know why. Coming up on Bet Sweats, they're going to talk draft busts, and they're going to power rank them. So that's going to be super interesting to hear. Also, NBA playoff bets, NHL playoff bets, and, man, just loaded with guests. Jason Goff from the Ringer's Full Go podcast covering Chicago sports. We'll talk NFL draft at 9:20. Andy Molitor from Bet Sports, or Bet Spurts, I should say. We'll discuss the draft when he joins the show at 10. And then Alex Smith, you know him from the Ice Guys podcast, talks Stanley Cup playoffs at 10:20. We are ready to talk about our best bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right. Chelsea Messenger doing the Lord's work. Undefeated this week.
Yes.
Please give us more winners.
Yes, somebody has to partake in this meaningful work that we do. All right, so today's meaningful play of the day that's really thoughtful. I'm going to go with Paolo Banchero over his points prop today against the Celtics. 25.5 is the number. I'm going to hit the over for -120. If the Magic have any chance of a playoff win, they've got a good shot tonight with the Celtics probably being down Jason Tatum, or he's not going to be 100%. So this game feels very meaningful, of course, for the Magic. And Paolo Banchero is their one guy on the offense that they're going to lean on heavily. In fact, this is right around his season average, averaging 25.9 points per game. And we saw this in the first game against the Celtics. Scored 36 points and shot the ball 27 times, got to the line 6 times. And that's a game in which the Magic only scored 86 points. So scoring 36 of the 86 points is a big deal. He's the go-to guy. I think he's going to will his way to this number. So let's go Paolo Banchero over 25.5 points for -120.
Always a solid play. I can't believe, I feel like this is role reversal or something, where I have 2 baseball bets and you have 2 NBA bets. Like, you have been taking bath salts.
Well, our NBA bets have been, knock on wood, pretty good. Same goes for you, Jenks. Your NBA bets have been killing. You got to add them to the card.
Pretty good. Knock on wood. I'm doing baseball today. We'll see what happens. We get some early winners, hopefully, here today. Let's start with Reds Marlins. We're going to go over 8. I'm playing it up a half point. Laying the juice, -140. I like it either way. Look, sometimes you have to accept the facts. And the fact is, Sandy Alcantara has not been the same since having Tommy John surgery. Just hasn't been dominant. 2 outings ago, gave up 4 runs to the Nats, struck out only 1. Last time out, got chased by the Phillies, gave up 6 earned, again, striking out only 1. Then you got Brady Singer going for the Reds. And look, his record, 3-0, 3.80 ERA, a little bit misleading. A lot of that comes from his opener against the Rangers, where he pitched 7 shutout innings. Since then, 9 earned in 14 and the third innings. The Marlins, a better hitting team than you would imagine. I think they scratch at least a few across, and this has been an over park this season. Let's go over 8 Reds and Marlins.
Ooh, baseball bets. And for me, it's back to the hardwood. I've got another NBA bet that I'll be cooking up tonight with the chef, Steph Curry, going to go over his rebound prop of 4.5 for -120. Because here's the thing about rebounding props. Half of it is effort. And when guys are dialed in and it's the postseason, they're going to be lunging for those rebounds a bit more. And we've seen it from Steph in the postseason. He's had 6 and 8 in his first 2 postseason games. And in all of his postseason games, he's averaging 5.4 rebounds per game in the NBA postseason. So the numbers prove it. Let's go with that. I'm going to go Steph Curry over his rebounding prop for -120. I think he grabs some boards in this game.
God, that's so good. I'm such a square when it comes to Steph Curry. I'm like, points, 3-pointers. I would never think to grab a rebounding prop. But Chelsea, again, you're the one who is undefeated this week, not me. So good luck. One more bet on the card for this guy. It's an early game as well. Phillies at the Mets. Let's go under 8, -140. Zach Wheeler on the mound for Philly. David Peterson on the mound for the Mets. Phillies are a slight favorite here, but I do not want to fade the Mets 11-1 straight up at home this season. Couple things here. I mean, Zach Wheeler, so that's going to bring the total down. That's why it's sitting at 7.5, even though I'm playing it up to 8. David Peterson has been very good as well. He'll give up a couple, but very consistent. Worst outing of the year was just last week against the Cards. 3 runs over 5 1/3, but the Mets are the second best under team in baseball. You've got some quality bullpens as well. I need to check the weather in New York, but I still think either way, it's the play. It's been that way all season long, at least thus far at Citi Field. So let's go under 8 at -140, Phillies and Mets.
Ooh, it's game tracker season for Jenks. He's going to
it
be
is.
refreshing all afternoon long.
God, you know me so well. It's going to drive me absolutely crazy today. Guys, don't forget to check us out on YouTube. Check out The Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Just like and subscribe, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Oh, we got to get to Joe O shortly. Can't wait to talk to him. I guess we'll talk to the Donkster. He's been sitting here for about a minute. I had to run and grab him, put him behind the microphone. That's why I'm out of breath, but he's here, ready to talk. Donkster, good morning. What's on your mind?
That was close, Dad. I just want everyone to know, and I'm not trying to brag, but I've been hanging out with Kyle Kuzma, and it won't be long before I'm giving everyone a fit check.
Oh, yeah? Getting style tips from Kyle?
I am, but since we're so close, I get to call him the Kuz Man.
Oh. Well, what can we expect?
3 things: a stylish mohawk, a mesh jersey, and buttless chaps. 25 grand a cheek.
Oh.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Out of nowhere. That reference. Careful, Donkster. Let's hear a pick.
Okay. Celtics, minus 10.5, hosting the Magic.
Close. Close. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, let's bring him in. Joe Ostrowski and Joe, I'm so sad that I missed this. Happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you so much.
Happy birthday. God. Like
We can't sing happy birthday. So we have to be
Sammy-
creative.
Sammy P was dancing at the start of the show. Yeah, and so that's another thing I found out. Well, I don't know, maybe Paul was just worried about it, that you can't like say or play on the radio.
It's crazy.
And the broad, like there's everything. Michael Buffer's got everything, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even mention the name. I'm afraid to.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
Mitchell send an email in all caps if you do.
Yeah. I know. You mentioned the name. It's like, no, I'm not even mentioning that family. You do, and next thing you know, you're living in a Frigidaire box on the corner, you know? Joe, happy belated. Have a great show. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew of Michael Jenkins, have a great Wednesday.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
And LeBron will have Randall on him, and Doncic will drive into Edwards. 31 for Luka Doncic. They'll make a move on Reed. They'll feed and they'll throw it away. Wolves have it. Edwards on the move. LeBron stole the ball. James with the ball. Pyle drives inside. What a play by LeBron. The steal and the two.
Welcome into Bet Sweats. It's a Wednesday. It's Sammy P. Joe Ostrowski here on the BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com, YouTube page, Twitch page at the BetMGM Network. A few great guests coming your way. Jason Goff, 20 minutes from right now. You might know him from the Full Go podcast or maybe Bulls pre and post studio host. We've both known him a very long time. Covers the NBA, not just the Bulls. So looking forward to that conversation. Our friend Andy Molitor from the Deep Dive podcast. We'll see where he's at on the NFL draft. I know with the Deep Dive last night, they did a live show to talk more about the draft. And it sounds like they've been kind of frustrated as we have on betting this year's draft. So we'll talk to Andy about that. Alex Smith from the Ice Guys talking some Stanley Cup playoffs, of course. Well, Sam, let's hit on the NBA. We had 3 games last night. The game's pretty bad. I mean, I don't know how else you spin it. It was definitely not worth staying up. I didn't stay up all the way, and I'm glad I didn't when I watched what occurred in that fourth quarter between the T-Wolves and the Lakers. Take us wherever you want of these 3 games last night.
Well, John Morant went over the point prop by a half point.
Barely.
Did we not discuss buying the dip on Morant at 22.5? He scores 23. It is that simple. Where's the room? Go the other way. We had sort of forecasted the Lakers. I didn't think Minnesota would shoot that poorly. They went from not being able to miss in game 1 to scoring 85 points in game 2, which, by the way, a season low for the Timberwolves. Just couldn't put the ball in the basket. They made 5 threes after making 21 in game 1. And I had made the joke on Monday, if you just go back and look at the box scores for the games, whichever team makes more threes is probably going to win. That's usually the case in the NBA. T-Wolves made 5, Lakers made 6. So, again, just barely there. But LA played a lot better, and Luka has 31. LeBron gets 21. Those two combined for over 50. But Minnesota could not shoot after looking like the Harlem Globetrotters in game 1.
Yeah, and with that said, the Lakers scored 60 points in the second, third, and fourth quarters combined. So it's not a game where you're like, wow, that Lakers offense really won that one. We saw a reversal of roles for Luka, which is not a surprise. So we talk a lot about the zigzag theory. It did not work last night. It went 1 and 2 straight up and against the spread. Doesn't mean you completely run away from it. It's been working thus far. Just did not work last night with Indiana and OKC taking 2-0 series leads. It did work in the Lakers game. We like the Lakers to win. Wasn't sure about laying the points. They end up winning and covering that game. But Luka had 1 assist in the first game. I think we all knew that wasn't going to happen again. And then he has 9 assists last night. We figured he'd want to get LeBron involved more. And that certainly did happen. But you're right about the threes. Both teams shot 20%. Didn't we have this conversation 24 hours ago? That was a game right out of the 90s. Are we going to keep having this? It kind of feels maybe there will be one game a day, at least in this first round, where we have a low scoring game. And by the way, from the sports betting perspective, again, we could talk about these totals. They're not close right now. OKC,
this
Memphis,
217 on the open. Not even
right?
Close.
So it goes to 211, and then it's still way under by 32. The Memphis OKC game under by double digits. Milwaukee, Indiana. Now that was a faster paced game, much better shooting than we saw in this game, the late game last night. That game goes over, but it goes over by 9. They're having a tough time getting close on these totals. They're not hesitating to move these numbers, though.
I didn't think Dame was all that special yesterday. Speaking of the Bucks, and now that's 2-0 back to Milwaukee. You're going to pay the tax in game number 3. That number already out to 4.5. Milwaukee favored at home in game 3. Dame was okay. I hate to throw shade at a guy who just took blood thinning medicine for 2 weeks or whatever, but if you're ready to play, you got to be able to play. And he was 4 of 13 from the floor, 2 of 8 from downtown. Pacers came out, dropped 40 in the first quarter. They get 40 points and never really looked back. So that's maybe a surprising 2-0 start for some people. I didn't really watch that game. I had told you yesterday I was going to clear my schedule for Panthers and Lightning, and that was a dud as well. Holy cow, man. 6-2 Florida over everybody's favorite sleeper in the Eastern Conference, the Tampa Bay Lightning, get pantsed at home 6-2. The hockey was still pretty decent, though. Toronto wins in overtime again, 3-2. You saw an upset, finally, a bigger upset. Minnesota knocks off the Golden Knights. They get 3 in the first period to win 5-2. And then the New Jersey Devils just have no ammo left. They score the first goal but never score again, 3-1 Hurricanes. Some pretty decent hockey. But you and I have been talking about this Tampa team. If everybody likes a team, is it true or is it too true? And the way they played last night, that does not look like a team that can make a run to the cup. But as we've also learned in the playoffs, you can't overreact to just one game.
Right. Kachuk with a big game. Many people were expecting that. 2 goals, 1 assist. The Minnesota one, both games are noteworthy, certainly, those last 2. The Florida-Tampa result, I haven't done anything because we've just been listening to people that have been talking up Tampa. Of course, it's not over when you go down 0-1, but we're just kind of monitoring that one because people are on them. So let's see if they turn it around in game number 2 or what that number is if they end up going down 0-2. The Minnesota one was the first true upset of the playoffs. We kept having that conversation. Okay, which one is going to break up a money line parlay of these favorites? Because it's been hitting day after day after day. And then we finally got that answer last night with Minnesota. We were throwing the idea about Ottawa being the one that ruined it. That one goes to overtime. But it ends up being Minnesota. So in convincing fashion, too. 5-2. So that narrative kind of goes away. Carolina's probably going to sweep them, right? I mean, is that the way we're looking in that one?
Devils just have no ammo, and that's because most of their best players are either out or hurt. And when I say hurt, I mean playing hurt. That feels like it's 4 or 5. We'll see. I don't have much faith. I also have no interest in betting the Devils. And you're going to see a very weighted price in that game. Carolina was minus 250 or so yesterday. Carolina's only minus 150 in game number 3 on Friday because they imagine people are going to come in. Oh, it's a must-win game. Well, if you must win, you must not be that good. I think there's a lot of truth to that. Spinning back to the NBA, and speaking of teams that just aren't that good, relatively speaking, I thought I made the right bet, but it was not fun in the fourth quarter. And one of my buddies actually texted me right after the end of the third quarter. It was an 11-point deficit, Oklahoma City and Memphis. And I get a text, and I open it up, and it's the same guy who said, oh, the Thunder should be minus 25. So I see the text, and I'm like, oh, no. Wow, Memphis is fighting. Good call. I'm like,
now it's over again.
I knew. I knew. And the
But
Thunder
then
rip
they-
off a 7-0 run to start the fourth, go up 18, and then it was sort of back and forth. Memphis is down 16 with 2 minutes to go. It's a 60-40 game either way in terms of the spread. And then the Thunder just get a couple late buckets. SGA hits a huge three. Thunder win by 19. That's a frustrating loss. I'm not going to say bad beat. I'm not going to say it was the right bet. It was just a frustrating result because they had every opportunity to cover. And they fought for 3.5 quarters, man. It wasn't enough to cover.
Rough. SGA wasn't even great. Like, we really haven't even seen the great SGA. And we've seen a 51-point win and a 19-point win last night. That's the result. And yes, you're right. Maybe the final score not indicative of how that game really went. The Ja one felt a little lucky, the 22.5. I mean, I was tracking that, but I was actually watching more of Milwaukee, Indiana at that time. But they scored what? I mean, 17 in that final quarter. They fought, but they no-showed at the end with a 17-point fourth quarter. So, yeah, that was rough. I mean, at the start, were you thinking it's done? It's 9-0. The game just begins.
Yeah, I didn't feel good early, but then
Yeah.
they rallied second quarter, third quarter. They were fine. And then they just hit that blitz. OKC just hit the NOS, as my buddy Dom Toretto used to do. Just hit the button and took off. Morant did after he hit that last jumper. He was sitting on 19. 6 minutes to go. And I'm thinking, just give me the split. Because in lightning bets, I gave the Morant over and Memphis to cover. And he hit that second shot. He was sitting on 21, totals 22.5 for his prop. He hits that second shot to land on 23, and then he looks at the crowd and goes, he's such a weirdo, man. And he had that moment in game
look at his
one.
dad.
In game one, when they're down 50, he's on the bench just mucking it up, having a good time, smiling. I'm like, this guy's an interesting bird.
Yeah. Oh, man. Let's go back to that Indiana Milwaukee game, because there was a prop that we liked because the other side was popular and it didn't make a lot of sense. So at the time of the show, we talked about Morant because they were betting the under. So the over just barely hits, and I love to see that. The Giannis one, they were betting under Giannis on the assists because they're like, everything's going through Giannis. And that is still true, by the way. Even with Dame on the court last night, everything was Giannis. And they got a big game out of Bobby Portis, like one of those vintage playoff, you get him once every few games, Bobby Portis games. You got that too. And they still can't hang with Indiana. But that one, he had 7 assists and the number was 6.5. We're like, play the over. Play the over on the Giannis assists. So did we get lucky at both?
No, we make our own
Okay.
luck.
Okay. Just making sure. There was a kind of a fake run because I was curious how that was going to end, because very late, Milwaukee was covering like for the only time pretty much all game. But it was just because Indiana was missing a bunch of threes. Hand up, I like the Bucks before the series. I'm wrong on this. They have their number. They beat the Bucks in the playoffs last year. They've played each other so many times. You got the Pacers. They're so good at home. All 5 starters end up in double figures. There's that voting that came out about Halliburton being overrated. They use that as some motivation, it sounded like. I know it's going to be a different scenario, and I'll probably sit here and take the Bucks. I think they play Friday. And you mentioned that number 4.5. But as far as a series, I don't see the Bucks taking care of the Pacers. Now, I wasn't expecting a ton for Lillard. We were talking about once he was upgraded, he's probably going to play yesterday. He does, but you figure knocking the rust off, hasn't played in 5 weeks. It would take a game or two. So maybe that's part of the thinking going back home, make sure he's ready to go. But as far as a series, it's probably going to be Pacers here.
We also saw this morning the one and only mock draft for Peter Schrager. And, buddy, it's good for us. So his top 4, same as everybody for the most part: Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell. He's got Genty 5.
Yeah.
And then listen to this 9-10. Williams from Georgia, 9. Colston Loveland, 10. Would that not be the best for our draft bets? Williams under 15.5. Loveland under 19.5. He's got him going 9 and 10. And I saw a number on Loveland this morning, over under 14.5.
Did you see who he has slipping big?
McMillan, right?
Mason
Sanders.
Graham. Mason
wow.
Graham. 13. Interesting.
Man.
There are a few that certainly stand out that Schrager has sliding. Watch those markets move this morning. Sammy P, we continue on the NBA playoffs. Our buddy Jason Goff is going to drop by. Make sure you keep it here on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Joe, Sammy P with you, talking some NBA playoffs, a little bit of NHL as well. Had a full card of Major League, well, not yesterday. Today we have a full card of Major League Baseball that we're going to break down. I think there are some games that we should discuss. I noticed a lot of players that we mentioned on the list of losers that are there that we might need to address today, including your guy Rodon on the bump for sure, Sammy. We expect to hear from Jason Goff coming up in just a few minutes. As far as last night, the only other thing I would mention is the T-Wolf side of things. Like Luka, LeBron, they're going to get the attention. And we've got the other two series that were 2-0. So this one might be competitive. The best players on the T-Wolves are not playing very well right now. Like Ant, we talked about that idea of him being a facilitator, and he had so many assists in the first game. Did you notice how many he had last night?
None.
Zero. Conley scored 0 points. Like, we could go up and down the line with the T-Wolves, and they were in that game, but their dudes did nothing, and now they're going back home with a tied 1-1. And it's that old saying, that old adage that we always say in the NBA, like, if you steal one on the road, you're going home, you're good. So that game 3 is going to be fascinating. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of sharper bettors on that Minnesota side. And, of course, the best part about Ant yesterday, nothing to do with the performance, is that now is that fine that we saw. Did you notice the $50K? And I'm sure you saw the video of why he was fined $50,000 yesterday by the association.
Why don't you read why he got fined?
Well, he was getting into it with Lakers fans, and they doing typical Eurobum stuff. Eurobum, where's your children? And he was talking about the amount of money he's made, and then he referenced how much bigger he is than the people in the stands
below the belt, bigger below the belt.
Yeah, if you were to have a measurement, that Ant would win the measurement, whether we're talking about the amount of money he has in the bank or below the waist. And that got him a $50,000 fine yesterday by the NBA.
I saw the tweet. Front Office Sports at FOS put this out. So here are some of the fines Anthony Edwards has paid this season. $35K in November for an obscene gesture. In December, $25K for profane language during media. In December, $75,000 for critiquing the refs. $100K later in December for profane language on live TV.
Mm-hmm.
January, $25,000. $50K for obscene gestures to a ref. February, $35,000 for throwing a ball into the stands. And then this past week, $50 large for an obscene gesture to a fan. Anthony Edwards, per Front Office Sports, has now paid $370,000 in fines this year.
This year? Was it last year, 2 years ago, when they couldn't find him at the start of a game?
Could be. I mean, I'm not surprised by anything he does.
People speculated that maybe he had bathroom issues. Like there was some kind of a problem. There's all sorts of rumors going on about what that was. And I don't even think we ever got any clarity on that. The game was starting and they couldn't find him anywhere. I do remember that. I think he got fined by the team for that one. But there's always something going on with this guy. With that said, would love to have him on my team. It's not a Ja Morant situation.
I think he's an awesome player.
Yeah.
He also has the ability to cut a big check. I mean, that's why these guys get so much money, to be able to handle whatever things that they like to do. For some people, it's cars. For other people, it's guns. For Edwards, it's just kind of giving you the middle finger whenever he wants to. And let's also remember, on top of the, again, $370,000 that he's paid in fines, he just paid one of his baby mamas $1 million in child support.
Ooh.
And he did it all at once. Rather than space it out, he decided that he wanted to pay the whole 18 years up front, and he cut her a check for $1 million in child support. He's just cutting checks, man.
Oh, that's why that. See, I didn't even see that. That's why that person was chanting that. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that's another conversation. 18 years, boom. Yeah, he's
I'm just
basically
saying,
I'm done with the situation.
He just covers his tracks with money. I'd be good for
Yeah.
him. He can do it. He can afford it.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine $370,000 in fines. That is more money than the average household makes in a year.
He's going to look back one day. Oh, man, I'm really stupid for that. I wish I had that sort of money. Okay, BetMGM has their NBA second chance. Each game throughout the NBA playoffs, pick the player you think will score first in the game. If it's not your player, but he scores the second field goal of the game, you get your stake back only at BetMGM. All right, Sam, we've got 3 more NBA games going down today, and it's the schedule that we saw on Sunday. A lot of them were blowouts. You've got the Magic and the Seas, Heat, Cavs, Warriors, Rockets. Let's start with the Warriors and the Rockets. That's the shortest number. We've got double digits on those first couple matchups in the Eastern Conference. So let's go out west, because as far as the numbers go and the way this has been moving, this is the most interesting conversation, and it's really not close. Right now, BetMGM posting Houston a 3.5-point home favorite. That is not where the market began. It was 1. The Sharps are all in, backing the Rockets. I don't know if it's zigzag, whatever it is, but they are backing this home team. We remember in game 1, the Rockets had their lowest scoring game of the season. So clearly there has been a move on a bounce back at Houston, taking the short favorite.
I would take 3.5. I was not necessarily looking to bet Golden State.
Yeah.
I did bet them in game 1. I certainly wasn't going to take 1. And yes, the wise guys have laid it up, but I don't think wise guys are in love with laying 3.5. There's obviously a huge difference laying 1, 1.5, 2, and now having to come in and lay over a possession, over a 3-pointer. You're going to probably see some buyback, and I see Circa in Vegas is 3. There's some other offshores that are getting expensive to lay 3.5. BetOnline has a 4, which is the highest number in the entire market. Now, most books like MGM 3.5, but I don't get the sense that people are excited to lay the 3.5. I mean, the move has already happened. So eventually, unlike in the NFL draft, there's buyback in a playoff game, whether it be the NFL or the NBA, because at some point, the number or the move is considered to be too drastic. And I think you will see that 3.5 go away. The 4 is definitely not going to last. I don't think. I mean, we've done this long enough to understand that you don't see a lot of 3-point moves on a side in the NBA playoffs, because the opening number tends to be pretty accurate. And bookmakers feel good about their opening number. Maybe not on the totals, but again, on the side, from 1 to 3.5 and a stale 4, I feel like you're going to get that knocked back the other way. Now, this total has come down. I mean, all the totals have come down today. This one has moved 2 points, 2.5. Miami, Cleveland has moved 3, 3.5. And Orlando, Boston has moved 4.5 to 4. It's just the totals are tough, and the defense is better. Possessions are longer. The games slow down in the fourth quarter. So I understand all of these total moves. I don't quite like the 1 to 3.5, though. I will be probably on the Warriors tonight.
Yeah, I didn't plan on betting anything in this game, but I understand where you're coming from with the current 3.5 that we have. It's like, okay, the Rockets would be favored. And then I look at this number. I'm like, what? That is a crazy move. We're not talking about information, right? The only information would be that the Sharps are backing them early. As you mentioned, not right now. It's not a Tatum situation like we're dealing with Boston, which we'll get to in just a moment. But Rockets, yeah, they were awful. They were awful the other day, and they're betting on the bounce back. The inexperienced team, okay, they've got the first playoff game under their belt with this group against this team. And the Warriors, maybe they were going into it thinking 1-1, but now you'd imagine they want to go for the throat. I mean, this is the best defense since they've added Jimmy Butler. Those are facts. And that's why you bet the Warriors to win the West, because of that addition, because we know what he brings at both ends of the court. And Butler had a strong game, 25, 7, and 6 in game one. So what sort of adjustments does Houston make? Şengün got no help. It was just him. He had a big game, 26 and 9. His points prop is sitting 20.5, rebounds 10.5. So that's pretty high. I'm sure the points prop is going to be very popular based on what he did in the first game. But yeah, I would have laid the short number, but now that we're out to 3.5, and you're right, this is probably the ceiling. I can't lay 3.5 with the Rockets, even though the majority of these games have not been very close.
You can. I just don't think it's a good idea. And I think you agree with that. You know, laying
100%.
3.5 when you could have laid 1 or laid $1.15 on the money line. Now you're laying a huge number, relatively speaking, where it was and where it is. The reality is Golden State has been very, very good since bringing in Jimmy Butler. 25 and 7 now. 32 times Jimmy and Draymond and Steph have been together. 25 and 7. So that's just something you have to understand. And look, if Fred VanVleet plays as poorly as he did in that first game, Golden State is going to win. You know, Şengün was very solid, 26 and 9. But Fred was 2 of 13 from downtown for 10 points. And Jalen Green shot 3 of 15 from the floor. He had 7. Now, you would imagine that those two, VanVleet and Green, play better. But is it enough? And how much of that was defensive intensity? I mean, VanVleet missed a bunch of open shots, but he was also rushed off the line a bunch. He was shooting contested threes a whole lot. You know, I don't want to just say that Houston's going to be able to correct this automatically. Clearly, the market likes them to win, but winning and winning by margin are different stories.
Yep. The VanVleet prop is 13.5 points. If that's something that you want to take a look at. And if we're going to have that conversation, okay, which guys are going to have a bounce back performance? It starts with him, with Houston. As much experience as he has, God, missing 15 out of 19 shots, 11 out of 13 threes. You've got to imagine that doesn't repeat itself.
Well, with a guy like that, you're looking for opportunity and you're looking for volume. And if he took 19 shots in game one, that's a good bet, win or lose. If you're going to bet over 13.5 tonight and he gets 19 shots, you did your job. That's more than half the battle. If you're going to tell me right now that he's going to shoot 19 shots, I'm betting the over 13.5. Now, if he doesn't make shots, that's on him. But it's one thing to make an over-under bet and go over 13.5 and he takes 6 shots. Bad bet. He takes 19, make or miss. He got the opportunity and he got the volume. He's got to put the ball in the basket, though.
Yeah, it could be a conversation like, hey, man, that was too much. That's not the way for us. That's not how we're going to score. Could be, or he gets those opportunities once again and he ends up converting. But yeah, that number certainly, maybe they say that was way too many threes with the 3-point attempts, only hitting 2. So what sort of adjustments do they end up making? That's going to be fascinating. Yeah, let's touch on it quickly because it's big for today. Tatum, doubtful now. So it looks like he's not going to be out there. The number goes down. It goes from 12 down to 10.5. Total dips as well. Celtics, though, still big favorites over the Magic tonight in game number 2.
This is going to sound a little wonky, but this is my handicap. It either doesn't matter and they win by 15-20 or they lose outright. I don't think there's a middle ground. Like, I don't think the Celtics are going to eke out a 4-point win. Mm-hmm. They're either going to blow them out or Orlando's going to steal it. That's maybe not something that people want to hear, but that's how I feel about the game. Not betting it. I like the under, but I liked it at 201, 200. Now it's down to 196.5 at a couple places. I don't think I'll have a single dollar on it, but that's sort of how I feel. They either blow them out without him or we go back to Orlando tied 1-1.
My immediate reaction was, how many times have we seen the market overreacts to no Tatum, and then the Celtics go out and win by 20 plus.
Right.
We've seen it many, many times. We know that they have the talent. Jaylen Brown's usage through the roof. Same with Porzingis. When Tatum is off the court, we can talk about those props coming up a little bit as well. And, of course, we'll hit on Heat Cavs going down tonight. Game number 2 for all of those. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get back to the NBA playoffs. Also, today's MLB card. It's full. It's next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
A change of plans here on Bet Sweats, just so you guys can be set for everything that we've got going on. Jason Goff is going to join us next hour. So the 10 a.m. hour, which will be all on Twitter Live, we've got Andy Molitor, Jason Goff, and then Alex Smith. Boom, boom, boom. We go NFL, NBA, NHL in hour number 2. All of that will be live on Twitter. We're going to move power rankings today down to 11 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be a fun one. Come on. NFL draft bus. That's always a fun conversation. You've had it with your buddies at the bar for years and years. Kind of going, I think, a little more recent, a little down memory lane. It's always fun. I know Paul at some point is going to snap about one of the Eagles' all-time busts, which may or may not make my list. We'll talk about that coming up at 11 o'clock. All right, full MLB card. As soon as this show ends today, Sam, we've got a bunch of games that are going to be starting. So I've got, let's see, I don't know about how many bets I've got, but I've got 4 games circled that I'm looking at. What are you thinking early on here?
I do like the Braves a lot, but this number is just
right.
It's at a point that I know a lot of people don't want to lay it. And I don't want to be that guy that says, "Oh, go lay 160 or 162." I love Elder, and I really think this is a good spot for the Braves. Now, that's obvious when you look at the board and you see a range of minus 157 to minus 170. Oh, he likes the favorite? Oh, of course. I don't like Michaelis in this spot, and I do think the Braves win. So if you don't want to lay $1.60, I understand. Maybe you go run line, but I will definitely bet the Braves, and I have no issue laying 160 in this spot.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it every game, but I do like the Braves, and that's a 12-15 first pitch. I think Atlanta gets the win. I think it's like 5-1, 5-2, and then you have a little bit more money for the later slate in baseball. Your guy Logan Webb is pitching.
Yeah,
for San Francisco. I figured you and Jake would love that. That's a late one. That's 9:45.
I saw that clip like 5 more times yesterday after we talked about it. We talked about it on air, right? Yeah, we did. I think we did. Yeah, I kept seeing it. It's great. Like that should be part of the Cy Young campaign for San Francisco. Just embrace it. You're convinced it was a reporter. Convinced.
It was definitely an out of shape reporter. No doubt. No doubt. Probably one with dandruff too. Yeah, I think we need to get that sounder too. We need just a really nice one that we can just drop in at any point. Yes, of course.
Bad bets. We could play it. Like there's a lot of possibilities here.
So I thought Giants were interesting, and that is starting to move a bit. Open to $1.35, and Joe's guy and Jake's guy is taking some support, 140 to 145. So if you still have the ability to lay anything sub 140, that's probably not a bad idea. Mm-hmm. I didn't bet it yet, but I circled it. So the 3 games I circled were Atlanta, San Francisco, White Sox. Why is Minnesota laying 270 to the White Sox? I'm not there. You don't even want to know what my true price in this game is. I'm $1.85.
It's not Joe Ryan, right?
$1.85. No, it's Festa.
Exactly.
It is not Joe Ryan. So if I make a game $1.85,
mm-hmm.
and the current number is minus 270, I have to bet the White Sox, don't I?
Well, I knew you were going to say this, and I'm not taking a shot at you saying, "Oh, you're White Sox boy." It's like I saw this, and I'm like, "What?" When it was 250, I'm like, "What? How? Festa? Okay, yeah, small sample, a 0.00 ERA. I understand. Why don't you look at some of the underlying metrics? How has he really pitched? 5.14 expected ERA, xFIP of nearly 4. This is not going to continue. Now, do I have a strong case for the argument for the White Sox? No, I don't. Oh, should we take Wilson? A guy that doesn't strike out many. His ERA is 4.5. Expected ERA should be higher. Like, No, he's bad too, but it doesn't mean that the Twins should be nearly $3. This is purely a price play. That's it. Should the Twins and Festa be knocking on $3 over anybody in the majors? And the answer is no. Even if it's the Rockies, probably shouldn't be in this range.
The other game that I did circle, we're going back to, I saw somebody on X last night call it Driller Park in Sacramento. Another just wire-to-wire winner. 8-5 Rangers over the A's. The total is 9.5 right now. Rocker and Sears. Lean over. Haven't done anything with it. But in terms of totals, that's something to pay attention to. I mean, the ball was just flying out of the yard again. Rangers get 8, A's get 5, 21 hits, more home runs. That place on the right day is just a damn bandbox. And I can't wait until we get late May, June, July, and it's 85 degrees in Sacramento. They're going to make these totals 10, 10.5, 11, and you're going to see some games 13-10, 10-7. It's going to be a fun summer, I believe, for offense in Sacramento.
Yeah, we're focused on a lot of the same games. You mentioned White Sox Twins. I had that one down as well. Milwaukee, San Francisco. I also circled something in this Texas Athletics game because you can't say a city when talking about the Athletics. I circled the Athletics in a coin flip situation here. Sears, very strong history against the Rangers. Could that point be mute in this setting? Sure, it could be, but Rocker is a guy that I was very close to adding to my list of losers list. So, I would just lean A's there at -110 on both sides this morning. And I'm shocked that we've talked about 3-4 games and we have not gotten to Carlos Rodon, because Rodon is a $1.50 favorite. Rodon's a favorite on the road. He has awful history against the Guardians. Right, they're hitting nearly 300 against him. He's had a bad start to the season, and they're -$1.50. The only reasoning I could come up with is you didn't want to start with fading the Yankees again, maybe. But I know you're going to be there on Cleveland today, right?
I lean Cleveland for sure. I'm pretzeling myself on the game, though. And after the Yankees started last week, 4-0 or 5-0, and then finally gave one away on Saturday, I thought to myself, I should just fade the Yankees next week. And did you play the Guardians on Monday, right? Or did I play them on Monday? I can't remember.
What was the matchup? I don't remember.
I did. No, I did on Monday. I did. As I say it out loud, I did play the Guardians Monday because I went Guardians and Clippers on Monday in lightning bets. And then I didn't do it yesterday. And now I don't want to do it today because I'm thinking to myself out loud, are the Guardians really going to sweep the Yankees? And that's how I'm pretzeling myself. I'm not betting the Yankees. I don't know. I'm nervous about Cleveland sweeping away a good team.
Do you want to walk away? Is it going to be 6 straight wins for Cleveland? Because that's what we're talking about. Back-to-back sweeps, possibly Pittsburgh and New York. Yeah.
Look, in baseball, you see winning streaks. They get bigger and bigger a lot. Team wins 4 in a row. All of a sudden, it's 8 in a row. Then it's 9 in a row. Then it's 10 in a row. And then people start fading. And I'll never forget, I had a buddy, this would have been, 2009 or 2010. The A's won like 20 games in a row or something like that. And he jumped on about 10. And he's like, they can't keep this up. And they won like 10 more games or whatever. A hot baseball team is very confident, and then it's sort of contagious. All the ground balls get sucked up. The pitchers are locked in. The bullpen is locked in. The outfielders are buzzing. They get all the right jumps. Like, winning in baseball is very contagious. So look, fundamentally, I have no issue betting on a team that's won 5 in a row. Why am I not just betting against Rodon? What is wrong with me?
Well, yeah, look, it's a guy we fade, and it's a great price. He's a $1.50 favorite on the road. And I think it's a team that we trust a little bit. Look, Rodon, the reason that we're fading him, number of reasons. Walks per 9, he's at 5, ridiculously high. The batting average of balls in play, which means he's been getting lucky, is 190. It should be around 300. Look, a 4.34 ERA, like maybe he's doing okay, but should he be $1.50 on the road? Like, no. Give me the team with the fundamentals. Give me the Guardians in this spot. And to your point about long winning streaks, I'm not saying it was the same team, but wasn't it the Indians a few years ago that won like 22 in a row or something over the summer?
Yes.
Like you see
I believe
this.
It was.
Yeah.
Man, I'm betting the Guardians. Let's go.
Cleveland. Let's go. You got to go Cleveland.
Cleveland!
That looks good. What else? Oh, I was looking at, I don't know if I'm going to get there. I was looking at the Pittsburgh LA Angels. I'm like, should the Angels be minus 155? I don't know. Haney's been the better pitching matchup of these two, but I don't know that I want to back Pittsburgh because they never score. So they're very frustrating. But just price-wise and the better pitcher as a dog, I was taking a look at that game as well.
Did you see how the Rockies game ended last night, by the way?
No.
They got 3 runs with 2 outs in the 9th to take a 3-2 lead in Kansas City. Royals get a run in the bottom of the 9th and win in the 11th. Rockies are now 4-18.
Lorenzen's nearly $2.
No, not doing it. Nope. But even with the Rockies up 3-2 going into the bottom of the 9th, they can't knock that one down. Couldn't do it.
Probably something that we should keep an eye on. I don't know if it's White Sox territory last year, but if you notice that they're up, maybe you want to go the other way on that, depending on the price, of course. Joe O, Sammy P. Next hour, we are going to be live on Twitter. 3 great guests, Andy Molitor, Jason Goff, Alex Smith. We'll start things with Andy Molitor of the Deep Dive Podcast, talking NFL draft on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Live on X all hour. Make sure you follow us, Bet_Sweats, and the network at BetMGM Network. An hour of guests. We've got Jason Goff joining us in 20 minutes on the NBA. Alex Smith later in this hour on the Stanley Cup playoffs. But right now, our buddy Andy Molitor joins us from the Deep Dive Podcast, also the director of content over at BetSperts, Andy MSFW over on X. I know that, Andy, the people are expecting a conversation on the NFL draft with it going down tomorrow. Not as much interest, I would say, from a betting perspective as most years, but we were talking off air about a different kind of market. I mean, the one that Paul mentioned the other day, you're looking to go outside of the country to get some money down on the next pope, right?
Yeah, even last night, I said this to the wife. My daughter played softball against the Catholic school. Just props for them for even coming out, this week, having no pope. We're popeless. And yeah, I've looked at some markets. A good friend of ours from across the pond gave us a tip. He said, it's not like some lock that you need to go bet this, but he's like, here's a longer name you should get in the mix with. And some of these books are listing like 50 guys. Wasn't up. I had to, DM some people to get it up in some offshores. And obviously the limits on pope betting aren't as high as I'd hoped. So I had someone in Canada sign up for Polymarket, and he's like, it won't let me either. So I might have to reach out to my German friends. Apparently Polymarket is not available in North America nor France for some reason. So it's always a struggle.
I would love the name of this guy if you could share it. If not, I understand. But, we only want Pope locks. We don't want Pope leans on this show.
Yeah, no, it's not a lock. There's very, it's conclave, baby. We got the conclave. We got the people that want to go conservative. There's the people that I don't know if we stuffed enough Cardinals. If Francis stuffed enough of his guys into the Cardinal spots to make sure his legacy goes on. I have to do more research before you figure it out. And I can't even think of the guy's name. It's Jean-Marc, I think. He's a French guy. It's a bit of a longer shot. I didn't go too big on it, but I trust my guy. So
he's 50-1, Joe.
Take a little tickle.
Oh,
Jean-Marc Aveline, 50-1.
Yeah. So I've tickled the Pope. I've tickled the Pope.
Got Jean-Marc. Yes, we'll see.
Yeah, you're tickling the Pope and stuffing Cardinals early on a Wednesday morning.
This is what you do when you put them. You get your guys. It's like getting the Supreme Court lined up, or getting you got to get your state representative so you can gerrymander stuff later, so you can win the other elections. Like everything's about the next election, guys.
Be careful with these conversations when involving the Pope. But let's talk NFL draft. I mean, we're one day out. It's been tough to bet. We've had our issues, and we've talked about it as well. There's not as much excitement, probably because there's no great quarterback in the draft, so that's certainly part of it. And you see the big drop-off after the top 3-4 players that are going to be selected in this draft. How do you view it from a betting perspective? Are you saying there's opportunity because it feels wide open? We talked a little bit about that last time we had you on. Or is just, I don't know, like with fewer markets, you're not as excited to bet on it? What's your thought process?
I mean, there are plenty of markets. It just, I sound spoiled and awful about this, but it's just so much easier when someone has the answer key and someone has information, and we can just like, all right, we're going to bet this guy. And it just turns into an avalanche of bets. Like, if this is true, if this information's true, then X, Y, and Z are probably better bets too. And you make a bunch of extra bets and maybe you get 2/3 of them right. So without like actual information, it's just tough to, it's tough to say I should guess and put a bunch of bets in. That said, if you keep up on the info, you can get ahead of some stuff. And, I know there's been a lot of steam around Kelvin Banks getting drafted higher. And I guess, you just look for some of those huge numbers. I bet him to go 5th at some obscene number. I bet him to go in the top 10. It's just following some of the news, trusting some of the guys, and making some long shot bets, because when you have information you trust, I'll lay minus 350 because it's happening. Doesn't matter. Juice doesn't matter if it's happening, it's happening. Whereas, this kind of approach is more of, well, I got to find some long numbers and some what ifs. And truthfully, the biggest what ifs that Drew and I ran into, Dinzik, were, talking about the Raiders the other week. And I kind of just luck boxed my way into some decent bets, I guess, because we said the Raiders stuff doesn't make sense. I think they should go trenches. It's 9-1 and 10-1 to take D-line and O-line. So we just bet that on the show the one day. And then I thought more and more about the Genty stuff. I'm like, well, if Genty does go 5, it probably makes one of those bets come true. So good for me, I guess. Because I felt bad. I didn't really get any of the Genty stuff. I didn't chase those numbers. I don't have any true, liability on him to go 5th at this point. So it's funny, too. I'll just talk my book. I don't believe it's happening. I don't believe someone's trading up. I don't think the Bears are actually going to trade to go up and get him. So good on Jaguars for, throwing the smoke screens out. But I think he goes a little later in the round.
I'm looking back at our text history, and we've had some doozies over the years, but the only one that we talked about was Loveland. And this is, a couple weeks ago, 19.5 under. And I haven't really heard much else in terms of this is going to happen or this guy is definitely going under or over this number. I feel good about that one. I saw one book drop him to 14.5 this morning. Yeah. And then Schrager's mock has the Colts trading up to 10 to get Loveland. But, the Quay Walkers and the guys like that, they're not the way they used to be in terms of like the information coming out and guys moving 10 slots. I guess Banks moved quite a bit, but now he's maybe sliding back a little bit. I don't know. We do sound like we're complaining, but the info used to be so wild. Like 21, 22, 23, we were getting so much good stuff.
Yeah. Well, same thing. I was like sending people money to go bet at legal books for me. Like, hey, I can't get anything down offshore. I need you to, do you have what was the one? It's a book I don't even think is really around anymore. Some of these places where betting aren't even books anymore. But yeah, it's tough with the Schrager stuff too, because I was excited about the Schrager mock, and then I open it and it's like I got underwear for Christmas, man. It's because he's connected. He has connections with teams. He knows people, and I described it in the group chat this morning. I'm like, this looks like a February mock. I'm just trying some stuff out. I'm trying some weird stuff on for size. This doesn't feel like the final mock of here's what I think is going to happen in Tampa Bay, in Minnesota, and some of these places. Like, there are some really weird picks. So I've been kind of chewing on the Schrager one all morning, thinking like, is he just doing this because he's been told not to let some of this stuff out? Or does he not have the connections anymore? Or is he just having fun with it? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
See, Sam's taking the opposite approach with that, because like he's been in this situation recently, and he's thinking back to when he started a new job. And like, let's be real, like NFL Network's huge. He already has a big following. This is a different kind of platform. Whatever he says on there, it's going everywhere. Like, we're sitting here talking about his mock draft. Sam thinks he wants to get everything right. Like, he's going all out to get stuff right and look smart to his new bosses over at ESPN. So that's kind of what his approach is. But it's fascinating. We could take this a number of ways.
Yeah, well, also, Andy, Woj and Shams, like ESPN has no issue with those guys spoiling the draft. So
I know.
Is it more of a Shield thing? Is it a Goodell thing? Does the NFL not want Schrager? I mean, it's a fun conversation to have, but I don't think the worldwide leader has an issue with guys nailing draft stuff. I mean, Shams and Woj used to burn the draft like minutes before the picks would come out. They would, this team is picking this guy and this team is picking that guy. So I get maybe an NFL-related muzzle, but I think Schrager is feeling the pressure, and he wants to deliver on his first mock at ESPN.
Yeah, I can buy that. And maybe I can buy into the first half of his mock, but I'm still just out on some of the stuff he's done in like 15 on, which to his credit and to everyone who does mocks credit, it's very hard to get the picks right from like 15 on. The people who do well on mocks, you just got to nail 7 or 8 in your top 12. Like you have to nail a bunch at the beginning and hope for some stuff later, because there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip, and weird stuff happens when you get to the second part. It takes one team to make a weird pick and suddenly you get an avalanche of goofiness. So I don't know, maybe Minnesota does do something like a wild card pick. Maybe Tampa does something like that as well, but I'm kind of out on his second half of his mock.
With Andy Molitor, Deep Dive Podcast. And Andy, I know you guys did a show last night, you and Whale, regular here on the network, on the NFL draft. And I didn't get a chance to check it out yet, but you brought somebody on that's been, all over this, right? What was your takeaway over that long conversation? Anything actionable for the audience?
I liked his process. I really liked Dick's process of, just narrowing down a list for every spot and then working backwards from there with like his most confidence takes. And obviously he's big into mock drafting. He really wants to get it right. He wants to have the most accurate one. But he did say the same thing that was on my mind and was of my opinion was this is a very tough year because of the lack of information and all those pivot spots at 5, 6, 7, 9, where things can go very haywire and nobody has real information. So you just, and obviously he's doing it competitively. So he has to have like an official mock in, I think, maybe at midnight last night for one of the places, but certainly, or midnight tonight at one of the places. So it's a tough year is kind of the takeaway from him. And you can take some shots. Like we talked, one of my favorite ones yesterday we talked about was Walker ending up a Jet. It doesn't have to be the right fit. Not every team just drafts their greatest need. Sometimes they can't get past a player. It's been quiet as hell coming out of New York, and it was like 23-1 at one book to get a linebacker. Like, I'll take some shots here.
Whoa, 23-1. Did you make the bet?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. There was I found some 16 as well. I bet it a couple times.
The quarterback market,
even 10-1 for him to go exactly is. I think that's still a decent bet.
Yep.
The quarterbacks at one point over 2.5 quarterbacks first round was minus 450. And I look now, MGM has over 2.5 minus a quarter. So basically flip a coin at this point. Did you make any positions along the way on Sanders or Dart, or maybe this 2.5 quarterback number?
I was adamant about staying out of that. Drew did bet that. Some of the other people we know bet that under 2.5 when it was like, it was plus 285 or something. I think he got. Like, it probably should have been a coin flip. That was a good bet by him. I stayed out of it. I'm just so worried about, what we saw last year with so many teams so quiet, and then suddenly like, psych, we're taking another quarterback. We're doing a quarterback run in the top 15 guys. And, obviously it'll be a way different situation. I expect it to be in the, the 20s. But, I mean, I'm still of a mind there could be 4 quarterbacks in the first round. And it wouldn't be like, oh, my God, what happened? It's quarterback. And it's such a pivotal position where if a team gets it and they love a guy and they sell themselves on, maybe somebody's legs and like, hey, this is Lamar Light. We got to have this guy. And suddenly some teams are just going to do some silly things.
What are your Vikings going to do? They're picking 24th. Everybody under the sun has been saying Omarion Hampton to number 20 to Denver, right? And then we mentioned Schrager earlier. He's got Omarion Hampton going to the Vikings. McShay this morning says Hampton's not a first rounder. So what are you thinking with your Vikings and Hampton overall?
Yeah, I don't know that pick makes sense after they traded for Jordan Mason. They re-signed Aaron Jones. They have Jordan Mason on the team now from the Niners. Ty Chandler. They have a fullback, a running back. Just that was the one that really stuck in my craw from Schrager. I really do think it's probably defense unless they have an offensive lineman they love. They did fix 2/3 of the interior. If one of those really good interior guys is still left, they could go guard. But it does feel like corner, safety, one more guy for Flores to kind of finish his project back there and really bring that defense around in year 3.
All right, Andy Molitor, Deep Dive Podcast over at BetSperts as well, Director of Content over there. All right, best of luck, Andy. Is there, on the way out, we got 30 seconds left, is there any crazy long shot you think is worth something outside of the 23-1 that you gave us?
Oh man, I mean, still looking at 5, 6, 7, 9. I think you can take some long shots if you want there. Some people are talking about, Tyler Warren going to a few places. I know that number's not huge, but even Ted McMillan, who's been such a, polarizing character, I think some of his numbers to go like to the Jets, like he's 40-1 to go to the Jets. That's a huge need for them. We don't know that the Jets don't like him. Like that might be worth $10.
Yep. All right, good stuff, Andy. Appreciate it. Joe O, Sammy P, we continue here live on Twitter. Jason Goff will join us on the NBA playoffs. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Live on X all hour at BetMGM Network at Bet_Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. And it is a reunion of sorts. Our video guy behind the scenes, we've got Gertz. You don't see him all the time, but it's Joe Sammy P on a regular basis. We bring in our guy, Jason Goff from the Full Go podcast. Also see him as a studio host doing Bulls coverage throughout the NBA season. And I heard he wants to talk about Mike North getting the Lifetime Achievement Award. How you doing, Jason?
So many words, so many thoughts. Joe Ostrowski, Sam, how you guys doing? What's up to my guy Gertz? This is thank you for having me. You know how to start things off, Joe. You know how to start things.
Joe was sending us tweets yesterday in the group thread. Pappy's making Pope thoughts on X. Joe's just firing them into the group thread, and Gertz is just ha 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 ha.
Hey, listen, if there was a time and a moment for a person, I think the time and the moment
right now
has come. Yeah, this is the fork in the road where the internet meets Pappy. Good times.
So what do you think about, like, every day, we were talking about this earlier with these early NBA games. It's like, oh, this game came around out of the 90s. We got another one last night, too, with the Lakers and the T-Wolves. A reminder, as, you know, we all look back fondly on the Jordan years, the basketball is very different now compared to back then, and we don't really want these games.
Hey, listen, this is the thing, though. The NBA heard throughout this entire season everyone talking about too many threes and who's the face of the league and all these other. You can see, and I mentioned it on my pod. You can see the emphasis. They've told these refs, hey, listen, everybody's bitching about what the product is. Let's go ahead and let it be more physical. If guys are going to get away with taking 45, 50 threes a game and just winning the math equation instead of making this thing more entertaining, let them bump a little bit. And you can tell who isn't ready for it, and you can tell the goons who are like, oh, we can kind of equalize this, neutralize this situation. It's like when we saw spread offenses like very early on in college football, and we were like, oh, they're just making sure that all your 5 stars don't kick the crap out of their 3 stars, try to even the playing field. You could tell there's an emphasis to start this postseason where the NBA, Adam Silver, whoever the powers it may be, say, hey, you can let some things go. Let some of these flops not be flops. Let some elbows fly a little bit. Let the game come back to the center a little bit, right? Because we have these agenda-filled corners with the style of basketball and also winning basketball. You meet in the middle a little bit. Like what makes it fun? What makes it interesting? And I think some of these scores that we're not used to seeing. Like, trust me, there was Bulls run, that Bulls Jazz game where the 57 points was the final score for one of those teams back in the day. Like, those games were kind of fun, but then it got way, way, way to the other side. So I'm not mad at it. You just got to refocus, readjust your lens. That's all.
Well, the definition of letting guys bump was Golden State Houston, and that's a Golden State team. As long as Curry's been there, has been more of a finesse team, but you bring in Jimmy, you're going to be a lot tougher, not only physically but mentally. And I don't think the Rockets had seen that much pressure and seen the physicality they saw in Game 1. And the postseason is not something, Jay, that we can really overreact to one game with. But the way that they thumped Houston and shut the water off, we hadn't seen that all season, and Fred couldn't shoot. Jalen Green had 7 points. I don't know that that's repeatable to do what they did to Houston in Game 1, but I assure you Houston has their sights set on a much more physical game in Game number 2. I don't think they were ready in Game 1 for the postseason.
I agree. And this is what I worry about with the younger teams in the Western Conference, like the teams that we're like, okay, the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Houston. Oklahoma City is a little bit different for defensive reasons. And defensively, Houston's a damn good team as well. But, like, are you lighting the ass on the perimeter? Right? Do certain guys that come in, are they with this physical style that we've seen through the first couple of games of each round so far, and Game 1s for sure of each round, is a guy like Jabari Smith going to be as effective? You see Jalen Green. He's put on weight, obviously, since he's been in the NBA, but this is a guy whose body is still developing. You're going up against Jimmy Butler, right? Like, you're going up against a dude who's going through every playoff war, going up against the Melos of the world, all the way to the LeBrons, and faced up. And now, defensively, he can exert even more energy because of what they are able to do offensively, which was rise Steph Curry in the second half and especially the fourth quarter. So, I think Oklahoma City is going to have their issue at some point in this playoff too. With Isaiah Hartenstein is a terrifically physical player, but Shea's going to feel some things he hasn't felt before. Chet Holmgren's going to feel those things. Like, this is why we look at a lot of young teams and we see playoff experience turnovers being an issue, but also the physicality of the game and just the youthful bodies that are out there as opposed to grown men like Draymond Green, like Jimmy Butler. Hell, Steph Curry is 15 years deep and is strong as an ox for his position. People look at Steph and think he's some little dude shooting threes, and then you see him in person and you realize he's 6'3" and 200 plus pounds, and he's wiry strong. So I think that's what we're gonna see with Houston. They're gonna have to be the better shot making team because physically there's gonna be some issues there.
So, Jay, we're always trying to figure out what's next. And if this style of play continues, where the physical teams have that advantage moving forward, what other teams stand out? Maybe a team in the East rather, that will have that advantage. Anybody else on your mind?
Well, the Eastern Conference is kind of weird now because of the Boston injuries, right? If the knee of Brown and the wrist and all the other bumps and bruises that Jason Tatum is dealing with, like you're forced to count on Sixth Man of the Year candidate and winner eventually probably in Peyton Pritchard and Al Horford. Like, those teams, injury might screw up the Eastern Conference playoffs more so than the style of play and how things look. Like, there's certain series that I'm not really worried. Like the Milwaukee Indiana series, cool, it's got the juice of Damian Lillard, but I don't think a champion is coming out of either one of those teams. And also, I think we know the story going into next year for both those teams. Is Indiana's going to be serious, hopefully, going forward? And when will this Milwaukee thing in the Giannis window close? Is it closed? Like, what's next for them? So, like, there's certain series that I'm looking at in the Eastern Conference where Cleveland, stay healthy, right? If Cleveland stays healthy and Boston's dinged up, the Knicks situation doesn't feel like it's their year. The second half of the season, they were beat up, and what Tips players go through. So the Eastern Conference is a little bit more muddled in terms of health and what you expect. Like, I haven't seen Cleveland do it with this group, even though they were terrific. Is this their chance? The same way it felt about Boston, where it's like, historically last year, you shouldn't bet against that offense, but we hadn't seen those two players rise to the occasion, and then they did it. So if that's Cleveland this year, then cool. But until Boston is removed, I got to go with the Celtics.
I think we all would agree that it's probably a collision course between Boston and Cleveland, but as you know, the point spread is the great equalizer. Would you feel better tonight about a bet on Orlando getting 10.5 at Boston, or Miami getting 12 at Cleveland? You got to take one.
Ooh, I would go Miami getting 12 at Cleveland, just because of the tried and true. And I know people hate it, the heat culture thing where how you're gonna play, the game that they were coming off of. In the play-in situation, you get that first game out of the way. The travel and the fatigue and the emotional roller coaster of just making your way into the playoff situation. You get handled by the Cleveland Cavaliers, and rightfully so. But I think they stay closer. I think Tyler Hero understands that there's matchups that he didn't take advantage of. I'm talking about as a playmaker in that first game, whereas he was looking to score because it was Garland, because it was Mitchell, and then they put some beef on him. They put a core on him. They put some other guys on him that kind of slowed him down there in the second half. I think they take it back to the lab. I think some guys are asked to, make shots, right? Like, if Alec Burks is going to be out there for any amount of time, you got to knock down shots, right? Like, Bam Adebayo has to knock down shots. So I think they get it. I think they get it together in game 2. I don't think they win, but if we're talking about that spread, I think they're a better bet than the Orlando situation. Orlando, they're at that point where they think they've arrived, but they're finding out they haven't arrived just as yet. And Paolo Banchero is he's a terrific facilitator, but in the fourth quarter, he turns I think into a guy who doesn't feel the game out the way that he needs to just as yet. Like there's some moments in the fourth quarter of the last game where it's like he understood he had to score, but the opposition understands that as well. They understand you're about to flip that switch. So if you may not end up with the number that you wanted to go into, like say you had 30 points on your mind, oh, you got to get 30 to win. Well, they know that. And now they're going to make sure that you go as hard as you possibly can, exert all your will and energy. And then in the fourth quarter, you guys haven't really touched the ball as much as they needed to. I think the mind game that was played with Paolo Banchero in the first quarter, our first game, I think that'll be replicated in game two. So I like the Miami Heat side of things when we're talking about those numbers.
With Jason Goff, the Full Go Podcast, Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network. Let's talk Clippers Nuggets. So it was really interesting, Jason. Before it got started, like Denver opened up as a big favorite to win the series. Then there were all these sharp bettors that came in on the Clippers. Then the Clippers became the favorite before this thing even started. And the Clippers lose game one in overtime. Kawhi's not healthy. You get all that chatter going on, and then game two happens. So where are you at now? This is going back to LA. Clippers are favored by 5 in game 3. What do you think about this series and how it plays out?
I think this is a 7-game series. I think this is going to be the most entertaining and maybe best played series in the first round. I mean, you think about who you got on the court. Like the whole Kawhi isn't healthy thing. I think 15, 20 years from now, when we talk about Kawhi Leonard, we're going to talk about a dude who understood his body better probably than any athlete of all time. And when I say that, you see guys who come back and they look like, they look like they've been hurt. They look like they've been. This dude comes after playing 30 some odd games in the NBA. Say what you want about load management and all the other things. You shouldn't look like this after playing half a season. And then come into the playoffs where the stakes are as high as they have to be. You got a team who just fired everybody, so the urgency is high for them. This man goes out and misses one shot in the first half after they forgot about him. I was sitting there like, hey, y'all, he's 8 for 8. Like, keep giving him the ball. He hits the running three at the end of the half to make it 9 of 10, and I'm like, oh, Terminator's back. Like, this is Toronto Terminator. This is best player on the team with Tim and Manu and Tony Parker. Like, this is that dude. And then on the other side, man, I mean, Joker's been the best player in basketball for about 4 years. We can play these games, this guy is getting there and this guy's the MVP. It's the best player in basketball. And now we get to that point where the window seems a little weird. Like when he wins the first one, you're like, hey, his game's going to age well, and this is going to be this for the rest of eternity. And here comes, 3 or 4 championships in the next 6 years. And then all of a sudden, just like that, health issues. Jamal Murray misses the bubble or going up against the Lakers. Because other than that, he's a out of the top 10 point guard. When he's against the Lakers, when he's in the bubble, he's out here looking like Walt Frazier. So you look at Jokic and he's like, all right, got the coach fired, GM's out of here. I got to go against that guy and who's running with me. I think this is going to be the most entertaining series. And of course, James Harden, the guy who in a land of athletes and entertainers and artists that we have been in with this generation of people who say they don't care. I have never believed someone didn't care more in a good way than James Harden. That dude's still cold. Like, he's still amazing. Don't look for him to go crazy in any last game of the season or really big game. But he's still out here making premium plays. Like, that is the most entertaining. That's the series that I look forward to watching the most in the first round. So I think it's going to go 7. And I think the Clippers going to win.
Woo. We got about a minute left. I want to end this with an admission. I have watched the Jeremy and Evergreen Park, the general contractor video, Boers and Bernstein, probably 50 times in my life. This is 15 years ago, bro. When the guy called in and said he could name 10 players better than LeBron.
Oh, yeah.
And And when he says Brandon Roy, I thought you were going to drop dead. And then he said
Hey,
Luol
man.
Deng.
He
Luol
did.
Deng. You remember that
Shout
phone
out to
call?
Lou. Shout out to Lou. Sam, there are so many horrible phone calls that I have fielded and accepted. Joe's been in the mix. Joe understands it. Like talking to former score employees about phone calls is a point. You know what I mean? It's like bringing up an ex. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just a little shell shock there. Yeah, I do
That
remember
anger's
that
still
call.
there.
Then the text line was invented to help with all the morale of and ego of
While you're
of,
on video
of
now,
soft hosts.
yeah.
Exactly. You real time get to find out how horrible you are at your job,
Ugly
and
you
all-
are.
So yeah. Oh man, Jeffrey from Evergreen Park. Yeah, the 10 dudes better than LeBron. During the middle of LeBron's like this is the Heat run, LeBron.
Yeah.
Like, this is pantheon. This is all time great, LeBron. This ain't what we've seen over the last couple of years. Yeah, thank you, Sam. I appreciate you for this is going swimmingly. This is going well, and you left me with that.
Yeah, you let him know you've had a rough morning, and then he's out here.
Yeah,
smack you
I
in
let
the
him
face
know.
on the way out.
We got 2 lanes of construction and rush hour in the morning and rush hour going home. I'm trying to make it past every drive-through without it screaming my name because it's the off season now. And I really don't care about my life, like all these things. And we have a great basketball conversation, and Sam has to bring up score callers. That's how we leave it.
That's how it is. The Full Go Podcast,
Yes,
Jason
sir.
Goff. Jason, it was great catching up. Hope you can do it again, all right?
Fellas, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. One love.
Thank you. On the other side, Alex Smith talking Stanley Cup playoffs. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, man, all hour on X. Thankfully, the last couple of minutes we're not on X, I don't think. At least I hope. Joe O, Sammy P, this is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Appreciate Jason Goff for dropping by. I hope to do that again. That was a really fun conversation with Jason on the NBA. And we bring in a friend of the show, Alex Smith from the Ice Guys, co-host of the Ice Guys. Make sure you check that out on X at AX Smith Sports. Alex, you know, what we were starting to talk about, the early trend of the start of the Stanley Cup playoffs was, man, chalk. We finally got a big upset last night. It gets home. So that storyline may go away for at least today, right?
Yeah, at least for a day, and it's funny, yeah, because usually we talk about where home ice doesn't mean so much, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, especially in the first round, and you kind of tend to see upsets early, and then things kind of settle in late. I feel like this is kind of maybe a throwback to what we've seen usually in the '90s, where you see kind of the favorites storm away early, and then maybe we'll see which of the underdogs within a series have the gusto to hang around in a series. But I think some of these series might end a little sooner than some of us are expecting.
Talk me out of betting a lot of money on the Avs in regulation tonight.
Well, a lot of money. I would kind of caution that. I would tread lightly with that game because it's been a tight series. But I do like Colorado in regulation, honestly. Finding a decent price. I saw yesterday was minus $1.10. We've seen a lot of good momentum from the Avalanche. You split it on the road. That's the thing you want to do. Whenever you're the road team starting a series, at least get a split. And they really could have come home with 2 wins, honestly, in that. And, obviously, going to overtime in game 2, Colin Blackwell getting that big goal for Dallas with a 4-3 victory, but not going back home and also having at least Gabe Landeskog more than likely will be skating in practice, skating for pregame. Will we see him back in the lineup for game 3? They're saying more than likely we will. So even if you have him skating around for pregame in Ball Arena with all those fans, they're going to be hyped up to see him for the first time since 2022 in the Stanley Cup Final. Certainly if he gets into the game as well. Now, he may not be as big of a factor once he's in the game. Keep in mind, he's only had a couple of games in the AHL level. He has not played in an NHL game since the 2022 Cup Final, so they may start him off slow. He may be slotted in the third line, but that might be enough energy with how well this team's already been playing, getting great goaltending from Mackenzie Blackwood, scoring from Val Nichushkin, scoring from Nathan McKinnon. This team's definitely loaded, and I would look for them to win tonight.
So Sam, the last couple of days, has been talking about getting another position on them, jumping in. And I think he would probably say that this is the time before this game starts tonight because he's expecting them to win, and you like them as well. What do you think about that idea and getting a little bit of more value on Colorado at this moment?
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing. When you're looking at in-series wagering, you kind of want to look to space out when can I grab series prices at the right time. You're not trying to lay a giant number like a minus 200, minus 250. Looking at different things, you can look at also the exact scores with series. That's a market that I like to look for, especially with certain series where if I have a shot, say 4-2 pre-series. And then all of a sudden I see, oh, this might wrap up a little early. I'll grab some sweep. I'll grab some in 5 games. So that's certainly a look you can have with the Avs tonight.
Cause for concern? ? Tampa Bay gets pantsed yesterday, and that's a team that I think a lot of people were expecting was going to not only win game 1 but make this a series, and it's a long way from over. Are you concerned with what you saw? And is there any part of you that is looking at that number 20-1 to win the cup? Because now would be the time to buy if you wanted to. After they get worked at home, they go from 10-1 to 16-1 to 20-1. How would you assess that squad right now after one game?
Well, yeah, and that makes sense. If you already liked them to make a run in the East and you didn't grab the price you wanted, like say you're seeing them in a higher price, this would be the time to do that. And I wouldn't be discouraged by seeing a bad game 1 loss. Let's go back a couple of years ago with the Vegas Golden Knights playing in the first round series against Winnipeg. They looked like they were skating in quicksand. It was an absolutely terrible contest. That team went on to win 4 more games in that series. They went on to win a Stanley Cup. So, like I said, do not, no reason to jump off the boat. if you're looking at Tampa Bay right now, if anything, this is a great time to maybe jump on their series price. Strength throughout their dynasty run the last couple of years, being one of the top teams in the East during the playoffs, was bouncing back off of a loss. Andre Vasilevsky is one of the best goalies in the world off of a loss. So no way would I be running away from Tampa. If anything, I'd be looking to back them in game 2.
Yeah, Alex, with Alex Smith here, co-host of the Ice Guys here on BetSweats. That tomorrow card, the Thursday card, is fascinating. And it kind of might fall to the backdrop for one night because of the NFL draft going on. But we've got 4 games, and almost all of them are coin flips. You guys are talking about Florida, Tampa. Tampa, a slight favorite there, $1.20 over at BetMGM. Complete toss-up, Toronto, Ottawa. Similar situation, Winnipeg, St. Louis. Anything that stands out to you? There's Vegas, Minnesota as well. But anything jump out in this night of it kind of looks like anything can happen?
Well, and like I said, 3 of those matchups, you've got pivotal game 3s, swinging, the location back to teams that are trailing or tied. In that case, when you're looking at a team like the St. Louis Blues, it has to be an all hands on deck effort. They have to play that like a game 7. Now, I took a shot, as I mentioned, where I already had before this series Jets to win series 4-2. I sprinkled and grabbed some of the sweep 4-0. It's plus 150, not the greatest price in the world, but I really feel if Winnipeg wins game 3, they're going to win game 4. And I did take a sprinkle with 4-1 as well. I don't see St. Louis having the momentum that they did the last couple of weeks to get into the playoffs carrying over. That's have found a way to suffocate this team in the right moments. They played well defensively in the first couple of games at the right times, getting key saves from Connor Hellebuck, which is something you were worried about because Hellebuck, for as great of a regular season goalie as he is, we've seen him falter in the playoffs. So the fact that they've got that momentum at home, and this is a Blues team where I just feel like the gas tank is just empty. They had to play such meaningful hockey to get to this point now, and I think they've run out of steam. This is one where maybe you look at St. Louis first period money line, take some early looks, and if St. have it, you can adjust accordingly in game. But in the long term of things, I would grab whatever you can with Winnipeg to win the series. They said 4-0, 4-1. I think those are all fine looks. I think this one will be done within the next couple of games.
I know you're going to dive deeper into the card on the Ice Guys today, but in terms of players that we should maybe look out for tonight, who's the first guy or second guy that you circled and you're looking at either shots or goal or any of these exotic markets?
Well, looking at that LA Kings game taking on the Edmonton tonight, that's one spot where I looked at Warren Fogle. He was a guy who had a ton of chances in game 1. He was a guy I grabbed actually plus 360 anytime goal scorer in game 1. And in a game where we saw a bunch of goals, he did not make that on the score sheet. He's a guy, he's just one of those players. We talk about this on the Ice Guys too. There's just guys whose games are built for the playoffs. And Warren Fogel's one of those guys. He just finds himself in the right spot at the right time, usually toward the front of the net. Just a gritty player. He's one of those guys I like. And that's the thing with LA. They're getting depth scoring now. It's not just Adrian Kempe and Anze Kopitar scoring the goals. You got Quentin Byfield growing into a top line star player, and guys, like I said, like Fogle. They have a good blend of Kevin Fiala as well. So the Kings, I think they're in great position. They got to tighten things up on defense late in games. They do that well early, but those are some of the guys I like on LA tonight. I think they score, and I think LA looks to get another win at home as well.
Couple more minutes with Alex Smith. Alex, I want to go back to something you just mentioned a moment ago. And I think it's kind of important as you've got a lot of these venue changing in the first round of the playoffs. You mentioned first period, taking that home team down, that desperate team in the first period. Is that something you prefer over full game? Just go first period money line for the team getting home that really needs a win?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I look for first period betting throughout the year, and even maybe a little bit heavier in the playoffs because of the fact that, like I said, with in-game wagering, I can kind of make adjustments on the fly as I'm watching the contest. But yeah, the first period is crucial, especially when you start talking about games 3 and beyond. You can look at it from both ways. Of you have a team at home desperately needing a win, using that crowd advantage, using that last change advantage to their momentum. You can also look at it in reverse. If you have a hot road team, they know how important it is to take the air out of the crowd. Look what happened yesterday in Vegas with the Minnesota Wild. They scored those 2 quick goals, and T-Mobile Arena was dead silent. So that's the key about looking at first period plays, is that you can see the momentum of an entire game switch within the first 10 to 20 minutes of contest.
I also saw last night Minnesota went up 2-0. As you mentioned, it was relatively quick. Even with a 2-0 lead, Minnesota was only minus 350 live. And I thought, that doesn't feel right. And then they got the third goal, and then it went to minus 1,200 or whatever. So the favorites are going to continue to get that respect in the live markets, which is always fascinating to follow. My last question involves Toronto, a team that I am seeing now on X is a team of destiny. I'm not there, but where are you big picture on the Leafs?
They are a different Leafs team. And if you were to say that any Leafs team is a team of destiny, this might be the group, because they have the goalie. Anthony Stolarz is the best goalie I've seen with the Leafs in a very, very long time. He looks just sharp. He's focused. He does everything right. He keeps his body square to the shooter at all times. He's always got good sight of the puck. He has great awareness, and he has great size too. He's a guy who, in the league where we talk about getting gigantic goalies left and right, he's one who knows how to utilize his size and to his advantage. It's not a hindrance. He's not just a big lug out there. So that's huge for Toronto. The fact that they have that confidence in net, and we know the star talent they have at forward. Ottawa seems to just be a little, out of sorts. This is a little too big of a spotlight for them. Their discipline has to be better. They keep taking a lot of dumb penalties. You can't afford to do that when you got guys like Matthews and Marner on power play. They will bury you time and time again. So I think Toronto should be able to get through this first round with these, and I think they might be able to make a little bit of a deeper run than we've seen in quite some time.
We got about a minute left, Alex. Anything else that you have not mentioned that you like for tonight? And go ahead and promote your show.
Oh yeah, well, look at that Stars Avs game. Like you said, I like the Avs in regulation. I would also look at Valerie Nichushkin anytime goal scorer as well. Big Val, been a great comeback story. He's had some issues in the last couple of years, but we know how he can shine in the playoffs. I also have him in a series bet, 3 goals or more minus $1.10. I think he gets on the score sheet tonight. So definitely we'd be looking at that. You can maybe even combine those together. Look at a Avs money line and Valerie Nichushkin anytime goal as well. But Ice Guys, we're on every day on YouTube. We'll be on at 2 o'clock Eastern today, breaking down all the games, and we'll be on every day that there's a game during the playoffs.
Awesome. Alex Smith, always appreciate you jumping on and the support of the show. Another hour to go here on Bet Sweats Power Ranking, the biggest bus, our favorite bus in NFL history on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Today's show has been a fluid situation, and that's what we're doing here on Bet Sweats in the final hour of the show. We'll get to the rest of today's NBA card. We touched on it early, but we need to go dive into a few of these other matchups. Today's NHL card as well. We've got lightning bets later on, but we're going to do power rankings. Normally, this is 10 a.m. Eastern time. Had to shuffle some things today to get those great guests last hour. Andy Molitor, Jason Goff, and Alex Smith. Packed with information, NFL draft, NBA, NHL. If you missed any of it, check it out at Odyssey app, betmgmnetwork.com, and make sure you're subscribed to the Bet Sweats podcast. So I think it was pretty easy. Thinking about what do we power rank this week? NFL draft tomorrow night. Probably doesn't have the same juice, the same buzz in most years, but one conversation I think gets any NFL fan going is about all-time busts. And that's where we're going to go with our favorite all-time bust. It doesn't mean the biggest bust that we've seen. Doesn't mean it have to be a specific position, but just some of our favorites that really stand out. We'll do 3 each, and I'm sure everybody's going to jump in and have their own, and why you should include others as well. We can go on and on with this stuff. This is barroom stuff that can go on forever. Sam, why don't you start us off with number 3, your number 3 all-time bust?
I just want to start by saying I saved Mitchell Trubisky for you because I'm that kind of a guy. I let you have Trubisky. I also, on line 4, honorable mention, Brian Bosworth, Oklahoma.
Strong.
I mean, that's a really big bust. I didn't put him top 3, though, because I don't want him to find out and then beat me up after he sees the graphic. So that said, number 3 for me was the second pick in 2021. And he was touted as the pretty gunslinger from BYU. After Trevor Lawrence went 1, Zach Wilson went 2. And he was going to save the New York Jets. And he did not. 3-10 in year number 1, 9 touchdowns, 11 picks, 2,300 yards. Not a great season. Year 2, 9 games started only, 5-4, 6 touchdowns, 7 picks. And then the last year, 23, 4-7, 8 touchdowns, 7 picks. This was a guy who threw the ball all over the yard. And I think scouts fell for the good-looking, spiky hair, chiseled jaw. They just fell for him as a looker and not a player. And they also looked at the fun and gun style at BYU and thought that that's going to translate to the NFL. Did not. There wasn't defense in any of those games. And the fact that he went second, contextually, 8 slots higher than Patrick Mahomes went the year Mahomes was drafted. So Mahomes goes 10. Zach Wilson went 2. He wasn't a complete and total bust, but he was definitely top 3 for me. Like, he just did nothing in the NFL. And when you take a quarterback in the top 2 or top 3, they better hit, or your franchise has to sign Aaron Rodgers at 39. Right? That's what happened. Not only did Zach Wilson bust himself, his bust led to them making one of the worst moves you could possibly make, bringing in Aaron Rodgers. So it's twofold with Wilson. Number 2 was the first bust that ever affected me as a young sports fan. He went 12th overall in 1999. I was 10 years old. My dad got me a jersey. Number 8, smooth, silky, UCLA star Cade McNown. Oh, yeah. This player is what sports radio was built for because it was just open season. He was awful. He was also a prick. And I think that's what made it worse. You look at his face. What was the line, Adam Scott, Step Brothers? I just want to punch you in the face. That's Cade McNown. But he carried himself like a Hall of Famer. He only started 15 games in his career. That's how bad he was.
Wow.
After year two, over. He played 15 games in 99, started 6 of them, went 2-4, and then went 1-8 in 2000, and that was it. The career was over. But I'll never forget, because when when you're 8, 9, 10, that's when you're in your biggest fandom if you do it right. You're too young at 5, 6. Even as somebody, when Jordan had 6 rings, I was 9. I wasn't old enough to like really appreciate it and really get invested day to day. When you're 10, that's prime sports fan, at least for me. And I was 10 when they took Cade McNown, and I was sold the bill of goods. It was not a good bill.
No.
It was awful.
Nope.
Number one for me is easy. It is, I'm reading a scouting report right now on this quarterback. He has a rocket launcher for an arm, a big body, and the most impressive athleticism I've ever seen. Problem was, this quarterback did not care and did not watch film and did not study and wasn't in shape. And when the Vegas, now Vegas, then Oakland Raiders, sent him tapes to study before the draft, he said, "Oh yeah, I really, I thought this was interesting. I liked the film." The tapes were blank. They didn't have anything on them, and he lied about studying the film that the Raiders sent him. Jamarcus Russell, such a stud at LSU, and maybe one of the most impressive athletic profiles we've ever seen. He could throw it 50 yards on his knees. He could do all this. Jamarcus Russell was a disaster and never obviously panned out. But the problem with that is that it, again, leads to bigger issues down the road for your franchise. And I don't think the Raiders have really ever recovered from Jamarcus Russell. I mean, look at the time that they took him and then look at how the Raiders have trended since that point. It was a colossal failure. And I don't want to say you're still feeling the benefits from it or the lack of benefits from it, but that one sets your franchise back 10 years. And just the way that he was perceived and talked about and paraded out there as one of the best prospects of all time, he didn't even come close to matching a sliver of the hype and the hope. So for me, that was easy. Jamarcus Russell, biggest draft bust, in my opinion, of all time.
That's a strong list, man. Cade McNown. It was just, I didn't know what he was going to be. I was excited about it, but I do remember until that point, I never heard so much about somebody parking in a handicapped spot because he got in trouble when he was at UCLA, and that was like the biggest story in Chicago. You should have known this guy was a bum when he's parking in a handicapped spot. Like a bunch of UCLA players got caught. Like, yeah. Oh, what a bum. I didn't realize he played only 15 games in his career. I had no idea it was that few.
Started 15. He played in 25, started in 15.
But started 15, I mean, you have to be special bad for that. I could do a top 10. I could. I like that I have selections. And Gertch, I'm going to flip 1 and 2 that I sent you, just a heads up, because I feel like I have to, and you'll understand why in a moment. I picked a bust from 3 different decades. So kind of spread it out. Number 3, maybe it's sort of cheating, but maybe not, because I don't know how you mention one of these names and you don't mention the others. The Lions are a very smart organization now, and they are well respected. I think it wouldn't shock anybody if they were to win a Super Bowl over the next couple of years. There was a time when they were not a smart organization. And I want to bring you back to 03, 04, 05. In 3 straight years, the Lions picked a wide receiver very high with their first pick in the draft. And we can make a case that all 3 were busts. So naturally, when they took Calvin Johnson in 07, I believe, people said the same thing, oh, they're the Lions with the receiver again. They finally got it right, and they stopped doing that stupidity. Could you imagine? Like, a team would be laughed at 3 straight years, first-round wide receiver. Like, we know what the receiver is. Yes, they're important, but you better fix everything else. So in consecutive seasons, they took Charles Rogers, number 2, and they took Roy Williams, number 7. And who was that last one? Oh, Mike Williams. Mike Williams in 04. So 3 straight years, 3 bums. I'll call them bums for the Detroit Lions. Cried Joey Knish. That was hilarious. When the Lions were a dumb organization, they are not that anymore. Number 2 is an all-time bust. Did not make your list, and I'm happy he didn't. This is just, I remember people on that had a microphone at the time making the statement that it is so close between 1 and 2 that Ryan Leaf might be better than Peyton Manning in the NFL. I remember that. It was an impressionable time for me. And that the draft was so much bigger than it is right now. You compare this draft to that one, I mean, not even close. And the Colts never questioned Peyton Manning, but people were thinking the upside with Ryan Leaf coming out of Wazoo. You want to talk about jerks? All-time jerk, Ryan Leaf. Oh, but he's changed. He's changed. He's a different guy now. Okay, he's trying with the media career and he's doing the sports betting thing. Okay, that's fine. I do remember recently, I don't know, this came to mind because he was straight up making fun of Brad Evans and his style on the air when he was on a guest on BetMGM Tonight not that long ago. But Ryan Leaf, no question, is one of the biggest busts we've ever seen. You remember him as a rookie screaming at reporters, throwing tantrums. In the public, he acts like he's a different guy. I don't know if that's the case, but I do know he was an awful quarterback 100%. And we can all agree on that. So Ryan Leaf is number 2 on my list. And number 1 is easy. If you've listened to me on the air as a producer a while back, whatever, you know I hate Mitchell Trubisky and I hate Ryan Pace. And they are hand in hand together forever. Mitchell Trubisky's number 1. And maybe it's because I was right on it. Like that helps a little bit. But I was screaming for years, and it was years, about Mitchell Trubisky, how much of a bum he is, and how stupid the Bears were trading up from number 3 to number 2 for no reason, because the 49ers were never going to take him, but they decided to, let's give up a 3, a 4, and a future 3. Oh, by the way, that became Fred Warner. Yeah. And you pass up Patrick Mahomes. And I know it makes sense now, but Watson was great for a short period of time before you realized what he was off the field. And Ryan Pace is one of the worst general managers I've ever seen in any sport. And I would fight with these Pace fanboys on a daily basis. These people that think Mitchell Trubisky was responsible for that 12-4 record when they had by far the best defense in the NFL. Like he was somehow responsible, and people couldn't see it. How terrible he was. The guy can barely hang on in the league anywhere. And anytime he takes a snap, the league is laughing. Mitchell Trubisky, all-time bust for me, probably because it hits close to home, but also got to mention Ryan Leaf, Lions wide receivers, and we can go a number of other ways as well, Sam. But those are the top few for me.
My favorite part is that you, mid-segment, elevated Trubisky 2-1.
Yeah, you know what? The more I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, Leaf is probably the bigger overall bust, I guess, because like Trubisky's sort of hanging around. But no, it's got to be Trubisky. It's
your list. It
Yeah,
doesn't
it's my
matter what
list.
anybody else thinks. It's your list.
Yeah.
I also love that you had a whole franchise on there, which is funny too.
The Lions.
Just Lions
You know,
on there.
I almost went Browns 2012 because in 2012 they took Manziel. We remember that because a homeless man told the owner on the way to the office that day that they should draft Johnny Manziel. And don't forget, in that same draft at number 8, they took Justin Gilbert.
Who?
Yeah, corner. I believe it was Oklahoma
Okay.
State that year. Yeah, the Browns thought they turned it around with that draft with Manziel and Gilbert, both bums.
That name means as much to me as Kurt Loder does to Jake Hassan. No idea. No
Yes,
idea who that
no
is,
clue.
Justin Gilbert. I wanted to follow up on Jamarcus Russell. So he went first in 2007. From that point forward, here's the Raiders' divisional finishes. 4th, 3rd, 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 4th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, third, fourth, third, second, second, third, second, fourth. They have not won a division title since they took him in 2007.
But do you remember he could throw from his knees 50 yards? Don't you remember?
The tapes were blank. He lied about all he had. You know how easy it is to pop a DVD in the computer and just skim through it? He was so fat and lazy, he didn't even do that and then lied about it.
Yeah. We could keep going, man. I want to get Paul's take on a name, too, because there's another name that we didn't even mention that is a former Eagle that you have to discuss with NFL all-time draft bust. We'll get to that coming up. Lightning bets later on this hour. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P. Going to bring in Paul Aspen about an Eagles bust that is probably on everybody's mind when talking about all-time NFL draft busts. We'll find out where the room is tonight in the NBA coming up in just a couple of moments. If I had a list of 5, this would have made the list, Sam. But 1999, you have Tim Couch going number 1. Donovan McNabb booed on stage by the Eagles. This is not the Eagle I'm talking about. And then Achilles Smith number 3. At the time, I was like, "There's Achilles Smith sucks. What are the Bengals doing?" Guys, here's the list of players that went immediately after Achilles Smith. Number 4, Edgerrin James to the Colts. Number 5, Ricky Williams to the Saints, which was good for a time. Number 6, Torrey Holt to the Rams. And number 7, Champ Bailey, I could say it, to the Redskins at the time. So you go, not only Achilles Smith and Tim Couch all-time busts, but you have all these all-time players that were taking inside the top 7 of that draft.
So Wikipedia does a really nice job. If you go to any individual draft page, they color code the page, the grid. And if somebody's a Pro Bowler, it's a light gold. If somebody's a Hall of Famer, it's gold. So after Achilles Smith, it goes gold, light gold, light gold, gold, light gold. So the next 5 guys after Achilles Smith were all Pro Bowlers. David Boston, who also consumes our content, by the way, former Arizona Cardinals receiver, Ohio State receiver. He watches and he sends some nice notes along the way. He went 8th and he was a Pro Bowl. Yeah, man. He gambles, no doubt.
Dude is ripped. Was always like, damn.
We were exchanging. I'm like, this is my life. I'm texting David Boston right now about who I like this weekend. He wants to know who I like, which is wild and absurd. But Edgerrin James, Ricky Williams, Torrey Holt, Champ Bailey, David Boston, all Pro Bowlers, and Edge and Champ went to the Hall of Fame.
And Chris McAllister and Dante Culpepper were pretty good too, and they were 10-11. What a draft. Mm-hmm. And that's the one.
And then Cade McNown went 12th.
Talked about with McNown. Yeah. And we didn't even get to the 21 draft, recent vintage. Like, I'm looking back at that draft, I'm like, in the opposite sense, it's kind of relevant. Maybe Trevor Lawrence is good. That's a question right now. You mentioned Zach Wilson, but then you got Trey Lance. Justin Fields was 11. Mac Jones was 15. Oh, 5 of the top 15. We're going to get some. What a great quarterback draft. No, maybe all busts.
And Jones made a Pro Bowl, but he was an alternate. That was the team that basically rode their defense and had a solid running game. He would just turn and hand the ball off. A lot like Trubisky did the year the Bears went 12-4. And then Mac Jones completely showed his true colors. And they used to make so many excuses for him out here. Oh, the line's bad, and Matt Patricia's calling plays, and now this guy's gone, and that guy's gone, and he misses McDaniels, and it was such an excuse fest. They wanted him to succeed so bad here because it was the first real guy after Brady. Mm-hmm. I'm not counting the Cam Newton experiment. That never worked. This was the guy. He was going to be the next chapter of Patriot football. And they went out of their way, the fans, the organization, to make excuses for him. And then eventually they said, all right, enough's enough. He really does stink. But that's another bad draft. Paulie, I'm curious who your number 1 Eagles bust is of all time.
I mean, this guy's got to get mentioned when you think about, Mike Mamula. It's 1995. They not only did they trade up, the Eagles traded up to 7 to get Mike Mamula. They traded with the Bucks from 12 to 7. The Bucks then drafted Warren Sapp, 12th, and other guys
split in that draft. Yeah,
right. Yeah, because of I think there was some substance stuff going on there. But guys like Ty Law, Derek Brooks, Hugh Douglas, who eventually became an Eagle, were on the board at the time as well. And look, like, he had 31.5 sacks in 5 years. Like, that's nothing to sneeze at, but injuries kind of derailed his career. and the other guys they could have had. He was undersized. He should have been like a third down specialist guy, but that wasn't the game at the time. So yeah, 7th overall in 1995. That was
Remind his name always comes up with all-time bust, but it was the surge, the momentum that he got in the draft process. Was he a workout warrior? Was that what was going on there? Because he just kept rising and rising and rising, and then all-time bust.
I think so. Also, I mean, I was 10, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
You just remember hearing the name a million times, and then he was never anything.
Like, not like this is stupid to even put it in the same association, but like Boz was a freak. Like he was not that, but he was kind of like seen as, oh, this dude's like a workout warrior, shirt off, looks like, just a gladiator, like kind of that sort of thing.
Yep. Tony Mandarich, roided freak.
Yes.
Who was the quarterback from USC? Marinovich?
Yep. Raiders again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they just can't. Yeah, they just can't with the quarterback. That's why I was a little surprised that they got Geno Smith, but I guess it makes sense because they don't want to draft another dud because they're so used to it. The Raiders.
Go to fail.
I thought for sure, Paul, you were going to go to the 2020 draft when the Eagles decided we don't want Justin Jefferson.
Oh,
Jalen Reagor. Oh man, like the guy is still in the league, I guess, but what an absolute bust! Like Howie gets a lot of love and deservedly so, but like that is an absolute oof. That's a black mark on your career as a drafting. Like that's tough. I don't know how you. And then there's the video floating around of Zimmer and Spielman. Oh, cool, you guys were out of a job like 2 years later, and they, stomped on you in the playoffs anyway. Doesn't matter. But yeah, that was. There's no coming back from that. Just an absolute whiff. I don't know how that happens. How does that happen?
The next pick. So it happens every GM. It happens every team. But it's also that it was the next pick.
Yeah.
And they moved up to get it, to get Jefferson. Like they couldn't believe that the Eagles passed on him, especially for Reagor. Like, yeah, that's always going to sting. But hey, I mean, even for Eagles fans, isn't it kind of like everything tempered a little bit now when you bitch about stuff?
Oh, dude,
like, can you really get mad?
Howie has complete free reign. Like he could do the craziest thing in this draft. And again, look, they're picking late, but like, he could reach for, let's say, a third rounder at the end of the first round, and people, you know what? In Howie we trust. And look, he's earned that. Like that's fair enough. I had 2 other names I'll throw out. Glad you guys mentioned Manziel. I was going to throw him out there. Josh Rosen, he's got to be up there. I mean, he played 2.
Yeah,
that is one of the most fascinating flameouts in NFL history to me, at least recent history. And then not nearly to that extent, but also 10th overall was Matt Leinart. I don't know that he was really supposed to be that good, but another guy that went 10th overall just didn't have a pro career. 8-10, in a couple seasons.
Yeah, people knew weak arm, all that stuff.
Need a lot of time.
Yeah, he's doing well. As an analyst.
I was looking at that 20 draft and thinking to myself, how bad did Ryan Pace mess this one up? Oh, they didn't pick in the first round that year. That's right, because they traded 2 first-round picks to get Khalil Mack. I guess it worked out for 1 year because they did have a legit defense. They went 12-4 and made the playoffs. It worked out for 1 year. But then they didn't pick first in 19 or 20, and then went Fields in 21. Ugh. Your guy, man. That's your guy
forever. Yeah, he's with the Falcons now. That's why they're unbettable. That's why I feel bad for Ian McMillan. I try to tell him, but he wasn't having it last year. And don't worry, they got Michael Penix coming in to play this year. So we'll see how that goes.
If we're talking Bears whiffs, don't forget Kevin White, 7th overall in 2015.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
With the injury stuff. Yeah, that was a strong
but
one.
He was undersized. Like you knew that.
He was also hurt in college.
Right.
So they took a guy who had bad medicals or subpar medicals, and coupled with Paul's assessment that he was a little guy, wasn't exactly a great mix. I actually saw the other day that Darnell Wright is the first Bears first-round pick in 20 years to be re-extended or something like that. Like you want him on a second contract.
Wow.
That's crazy. I mean, going back to maybe Cedric Benson, a lot of those guys just never panned out, got traded, or the Bears didn't want.
Poles was talking yesterday about moving him to the left side. So if a tackle they like on the right side slips to 10, they might go that route. Because, this draft, who the hell knows after the top 4 picks. But, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Wow. Always have all these flameouts. But they also didn't have a lot because they love to trade away the ones for quarterbacks. You mentioned Trubisky. Don't forget Cutler. Jerry Angelo traded away a lot of ones. So they didn't really have a lot of ones over the years. Let's talk tonight's NBA card. But when we talk NBA, we got to find out what people are betting.
Where's the room?
Joel Sanders, BetMGM Network. Paul Aspen is here, and we have BetMGM insights on today's NBA playoff games. What's up, Paul?
I am just realizing, so we got 15 player props for you and some sides.
Okay.
They did not include the juice this time. So that...
Boo!
Oh, I hate this segment already.
See, they're trying to derail us. Like, they see it
they
successful, and okay.
You want to do most
basically
popular
told
sides?
people not to lay the juice. No, we need the props. We need the props. It gets more difficult for you now because you don't have the juice. But in terms of, of course they're betting that. What's the first one that leaps off?
So, I mean, the most popular one for Celtics Magic is Porzingis over 18.5 points. I don't know that that's an but
I'd say it is because Tatum's out, so Porzingis is like him and Jaylen Brown getting all the love there. I figured one of the two was going to be way up there.
It's Porzingis points over 18.5, and it's Brown assists over 3.5 are the two most popular props in that game.
I was expecting you to say Steph Curry something in that game tonight.
Not listed.
Wow. Okay, so they're not betting Curry at all.
Surprised.
At all.
So but look, if you look at it, it's all Rockets. Mostly Rockets.
Well, that would explain the way that the game is being bet spread-wise. So the Sharps are on Houston's side, or at least they were. They laid it up to 3.5, and now it's 4 at a couple places. Mostly 3.5. Circus sitting 3. Wise Guys laid Houston ATS. Public is betting Houston props.
I have an ODA for you. Number 1, Cavs Heat. Ty Jerome over 11.5 points.
Of course. Of course. There it is. That's the one. That's the ODA. I don't remember how many points he had in game 1, but it was absurd.
It was a ton. It was, I got it. Well, I remember he was 10 for 15 from the field. It was like
28.
Upper 20s. Okay, yeah.
28. Oh, well, he only has to get 12.
Are we fading it?
Probably.
The under is probably minus 130.
Go up. Okay, it's probably going to go to 12.5.
I'm not in a rush. Yeah, I wouldn't be betting any unders until later tonight because the public is only going to bet more over. What number is that of the 5? Because what they've done now, they used to send an email for those that are tuning in for the first time here on Where's the Room. They used to send an email every day of the regular season with the top 5 props of the night. Now they're doing the top 5 props per game. So they've already made it more complex than it needed to be, and now they're taking away the juice. So Paul's not going to even get the email tomorrow. So we're going to probably have to scrap this segment really soon. Yeah. John Ewing is watching right now, like emailing somebody.
Paul, bring your playbook. Yeah.
Paul, push more parlays. Yeah, Ty Jerome is not a surprise at all. That's the one that screams, of course.
That's number 1 in that game of Heat Cavs, Ty Jerome. And, we got to mention this one. Number 1 side, The most popular side is a public dog. It's the Heat.
Spolstra adjustments, Heat culture, et cetera, et cetera.
They went at Hero for 4 quarters. They went at him 53 times and scored, I think, on 35 of the possessions or something like that. He is a problem defensively.
Lightning bets on the other side, certainly including the NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball for this afternoon. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes. I do want to spend a few more minutes on this NBA card. We didn't even get to every game going down this evening. Had a great list of guests. I suggest you go on the Odyssey app. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you right there, and it's all right there. You can listen on demand if you want to check out the conversation with Andy Molitor on the NFL draft, Jason Goff on the NBA. Always fun catching up with Jason Goff, or Alex Smith on the NHL and what he likes tonight, or any of our other segments like power ranking our favorite NFL draft bust. But as we return from break, I noticed that Sam is chuckling at something. I have no idea what it is, but I have a guess. Usually this time in the morning, it's one specific person that is making him chuckle, but what is it?
There's a pattern. The guy knows the routine. He knows the algorithm, clearly. So you pointed this out initially. George has all of his draft bets, which I believe are totaled up to about $15,000. He's made 2 pages on the notebook worth of bets.
Yes.
So at the end of the night yesterday, after he had risked $7,000 on Ashton Genty to go under 6.5 and 9.5, he writes in blue marker, blue Sharpie, all caps, "No more draft betting. 15K is enough!" Exclamation point.
Oh, does Mina Kimes do this?
So right under the huge paragraph that says "No more draft betting. 15K is enough," he writes this morning, 4-2-3, Ashton Genty, 3rd pick, $100 at 50-1. So he didn't follow his own advice on his notebook.
He bet more this morning?
He not only did he bet more this morning, he just added 2 more on top of the one he already added.
He bet another $500 on 3 wagers.
He bet Will Campbell to go 5th and 6th at 30-1.
Okay. What does it tell you that in an NFL draft year where there are fewer markets for the most part, but it's tough to get down, that they're willing to take $15,500 from him?
He's laying big juice on a couple of them. So he laid 4,200.
But these were long
to win
shots.
1,000.
These ads.
No,
today.
that's the ads are long. Yeah, well, the book is going to let you bet 50-1, 30-1. That they think that's already money in pocket. And I think George makes those bets expecting to lose. I don't think he believes Genty's going 3rd. The Campbell one, I don't like those either. I guess it's not 1, it's 2, because he bet him 5th and 6th. 30-1, 30-1. I don't expect him to go past New England at 4, and that's why the math is so high. So they're willing to take those bets. But really, George is going to have a big day if Genty goes in the top 5, because his biggest positions are, under 6.5, and then he's got some top 5 stuff. I think he also has him to go 5th exactly earlier in the process. But he bet 4,200 to win 1,000, and then he bet 2,200 to win, I think, 500 on under 9.5. So, look, if Genty goes 10, George is ruined draft-wise. He's going to lose it all, unless one of those other long shots hits, I guess. But he is as long in the tooth on Genty as anybody I've seen.
Damn. Some of the replies are classic. GRP, I'm praying nobody has a Laramie Tunsil gas mask video of Genty. They are waiting to release on draft day. Oh, man. You're digging yourself a grave here, George.
There's another response I thought was really funny. This guy, Oscar Gamble, tweets at George, "I like how George graded Genty 3rd overall pick was graded as an L 2 days ago, and he just put another 100 on it."
I noticed.
Yeah, it's already in the notebook with an L next to it.
This is the 4th page of NFL draft bets.
I don't think so. I believe it's the second. So that's, if you look at the top of the notebook, it says 24-25 fiscal year. So I think the first 2 pages are bets from earlier this year.
Can we just fast forward to football season? Because I can't wait till he's documented KIV on this show.
He already graded a bet as a loss and then added $100 more on the same prop days later.
Why is he grading losses before the draft?
Don't know.
Oh, George. This he's an original.
I think we need to have him back on. Look, we were one of the first shows to ever put him on. And I think he likes us. I know he listens. I think he's content gold. I don't agree with everything he says, especially some of the other stuff. But I mean, he's a character. That's what he is. And I want to give full credit to circle back. I went back yesterday and watched the episode. They did a trivia game. Jacob, their producer, pulled 15 tweets. Feinberg, Jay, and Pizzola had to guess whether the tweet was from a real George account or a fake George account.
It was
good. Very, very funny. Yeah, like they had one tweet about him eating some meal in Mexico, and Feinberg's like, "No, that's the fake Mexican George," and it was the real George. It was very funny. Like, and they're all guessing, and it's very good. I watched it. I laughed the whole time.
That's from this week?
This week, yeah, they do a GRP trivia game. You have to guess if it's real George or fake George.
Okay, that's good. I'll have to check that one out. Oh man, George, unreal. Let's get to our lightning bets, and we can talk about it throughout. I know we didn't break down like Heat Cavs much, which interesting because the Heat apparently very popular zigzag theory. Rockets very popular. Zigzag theory there, but I don't think they're going to the window on Orlando as much. Where do you want to go with lightning bets today, Sam?
I am not afraid to lay the juice in this game, and you can lay $1.60 right now. Let's just call it consensus $1.60. I'm laying it with Elder and the Braves. That's $12.15. Hopefully you're listening live. If not, you're going to miss this bet. But I do like the Braves, and I will lay this price. Anybody that listens every day knows I don't lay this in baseball. Like, I rarely do it. So I do like Atlanta. I'm on Golden State plus 3.5. That's just too much of an overreaction. And until you can prove to me that you can stop Curry in the playoffs, I'm going to take points. I don't know that I'm going to look to lay points with Golden State, but they're very interesting to me as a dog. The other one I wanted to ask you about was Colorado. I don't want to tell people to lay $1.90 and $1.60 in the same day. Can I give Colorado regulation at minus 115? Is that fair?
Oh, totally fair.
Okay. They have to win inside 60. So if it's tied, you lose. If it goes to overtime, it's a loss. Let's do Colorado to win the game in regulation at minus 115. Those are my 3 bets. I'm going 3 sports. I'm going Braves, Warriors, and Avs. And I really love to see Ty Jerome as the most popular prop in the Cavs game. That's, of course it's Ty Jerome over on points.
Yeah, I know. I'm staring at that one. Do I go under 11.5 though? Like if you look at him just regression wise, because he does go over that number on a regular basis. But everybody's going to be on it. And if you're the Heat, what are you focusing on these last couple days? Right? You're looking at him. Like, we can stop him. We're not going to stop Mitchell. But we can stop Ty Jerome. Let's not let him have all these shots all night. And it's a great coaching staff. So, yeah, I mean, that would be a look. I like Van Vliet over, though. 19 shots in that last game. Sharp money on the Rockets. It's to a point where I don't want to lay 3.5. You're on the other side because it moves so much. But Van Vliet over 13.5 points. He was missing everything. And that's still a low number. So I'm going to go with Van Vliet on that. Major League Baseball. Let's go Cleveland. Fade Rodon, and we're getting a price of plus 140. It's a pretty simple handicap. Another one, I think the Pittsburgh Pirates have the better starter than the Angels, and by a decent margin here, and we're a plus 120 dog. So I'm going to take the Pirates and Guardians as dogs, and as favorites, as a favorite, I'm going to back Webb. Minus 140. a little bit juicier than I love, but hey, it's Major League Baseball. This is what you're dealing with. And I'm not going to do run line where, we're getting these huge plus money. We talked about how much we trust Webb and got down on him yesterday for NL Cy. So I'm going San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Cleveland in baseball. Paul Aspen, what about you?
Got one golf angle for the Zurich or Zurich? Zurich, Switzerland? Zurich?
I always thought
Netherlands?
Zurich, but I could be wrong.
Zurich. Okay, that's what I thought too.
Zurich.
Zurich. All right, glad we cleared that up. So one golf play. So this is a team event, real quick. 4-ball for rounds 1 and 3. Foursomes for rounds 2 and 4. Basically, 4-ball rounds 1 and 3. It would be like Jake hits the first shot, I hit the second shot, Jake hits the third shot, I hit the fourth shot, till we hole out, and then I start us off on hole number 2. In the foursome rounds, each play our own ball. Best score is our score for the hole. So we're looking at Nick Watney and Charlie Hoffman for a top 20 at plus 360. These guys have finished 11th, 19th, missed the cut, 11th, 9th, 31st, and 5th here. Charlie Hoffman has 4 top 25s this year. Playing really good golf. So a top 20 at plus 360 will be my one golf bet there.
Look at the price on Rory and Lowry.
I know.
3-1.
Cool. Come on.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, what are you going to do there? Jake?
I'm just going to say I wouldn't mind entering a golf tournament with Paul Aspen, by the way. I think that would be a good time. We should look into that for some summer content.
If we do like a best ball, dude, I'll hit one good shot a hole. I feel like I could be good for it. Like the other three might suck. And I might hit someone on Lakeshore Drive. But the others will be great.
I just want to say I'm not playing, but I will drive you guys around and I'll be the bar cart.
I'm into that as well. Joe,
What
you
do
in
they
on
call
this?
what do they call them? The club soda drinks with the grape
transfusion.
Yeah, that. Give me some of those.
Haven't
I'll be
played
the
in
cart
at least
girl,
20
guys.
years.
I'm not
At
playing.
least 20 years. Yeah, I would
No way.
embarrass myself. I'll drink, though. No doubt. There. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. If you missed any of the show, check out the podcast. Check us out on the Odyssey app. Send it in, PJ Glasser, 1 o'clock Eastern. Jake has bet slips and bat flips, 1:30 Eastern. Draft day tomorrow. Be here on the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.